salí de la vía y como un pendejo no sabía lo que hacía. Nunca lo superé, hasta me aprendí toda la balada en inglés. Respiré, conté hasta 3, era la fantasía oscura de yeah. Hace tiempo lo barato me salió caro, ya solo titeo bala lo que disparo. Como olvidar la bella que era en el carro, ahora sigo solo, pensaba que te había olvidado. Pero pusieron la canción que cantamos bien borrachos, que bailamos bien borrachos, nos besamos bien borrachos los dos. Pensaba que te había olvidado, pero pusieron la canción que cantamos bien borrachos, que bailamos bien borrachos, nos besamos bien borrachos los dos. Hace tiempo que no venías a mi cabeza, pero ya van un par de cervezas y me acordé de cómo tú me besas, de todos los polvos encima de la mesa y en el carro, en la playa, en el hotel, en casa de tu pai cuando yo te iba a ver, las veces que tu mai nos llevó a tú brincando mojadita, sudando Chanel. Yo sé que lo nuestro es cosa de ayer y me pone contento que te va bien con él. Yo ni te extrañaba ni te quería ver, pero pusieron la canción que te gustaba poner y me acordé de ti cuando me hiciste feliz. Se acabó pues me fui, yo mismo me río de mí porque pensaba que te había olvidado.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert González. I am the director here at Gloria Molina Grant Park. Welcome to our beautiful park and our kickoff day for our downtown Dia de los Muertos. We also celebrate this day with conjunction with all of our other partners here on Grand Avenue as the Grand Avenue Arts Hall access. So please take advantage of visiting all of the other institutions that are located on Grand Avenue. We are a tight-knit family of, great cultural experiences for the community. So please make sure you get to check out all the other events that are happening throughout Grand Avenue. I do want to read a land acknowledgement. So before we begin, the Music Center and Gloria Molina Grant Park want to acknowledge that here in Los Angeles County, we are on the lands of Tongva, Tatavian, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. And we are thankful for their many years of stewardship of the land. The Music Center and Gloria Molina Grant Park is committed to working with First Peoples to build and sustain partnerships and grow collaborations that engage and respect the knowledge and expertise of the First Peoples past, present, and future. So with that, I want to hand it over to my colleague, Yesika Strand from the Library Foundation.
Hi, thank you. Thank you all for being here, and good morning. I'm Yesika Strand. I'm the Senior Director of Programming and Strategic Partnerships at the Library Foundation of Los Angeles, and we're really thrilled to be here to partner with Gloria Molina Grant Park and the Library of America. We're selling a Latin anthology that's 180 poets, and it goes from the 17th century to now, unbelievably. Anyway, I'll talk about the anthology a little bit. The book is edited by the wonderful poet, Rigoberto González. These poems expose us to the beauty and range of this tradition, giving voice to an identity through stories of immigration, exile, friendship, and family. The collection's thematic threads rest on cultural identity, memory, social justice, and the interplay between personal and collective histories. As Hector Tobar said of this ambitious volume, a wondrous journey through the passions, ideas, and diversity of a people redefining what it means to be American. So please join us. We're here all day with an amazing lineup of Latin music, poetry, and dance, till 4 p.m. today. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit. I'm from Aloud, which is a program that is down here at the Central Library. But it's the public-facing program of the Library Foundation. And we are in the throes of our season. You can get a card over there or go to LFLA, Aloud, I guess it's .org/aloud, to find out about more of these terrific programs that are going on for the rest of the season. So for those who are not familiar with the Library Foundation of Los Angeles, we are a private, nonprofit organization devoted to fundraising, advocacy, and innovative programming in support of the Los Angeles Public Library. And the Los Angeles Public Library, as we all know, is a place of creativity and innovation for all kinds of artists, from writers to visual artists to performers. It's a safe place for research and discovery and where inspiration happens every day. And I think we sort of are here to celebrate the opening of Dia de los Muertos, but we're also here to celebrate the launch of the Grand Arts Festival. I'm getting it wrong, the name. Anyway, if you're not a member of our foundation, we'd love you to be, to support programs like this one, and also to support the library, which has critical access to information and resources and technology to help all Angelinos to improve their lives, and of course, to fulfill their dreams. And you can find information over there at that booth that says Grand Park about the Library Foundation. So this program is also presented with humanities. It's a humanities initiative that's taking place across the country from 24 to 25, directed by the Library of America and funded with the generous support from the National Endowment for Humanities and the Emerson Collective. I'd also like to thank Aloud sponsors, Aaron Fox Schiff, Deloitte, the Golden Globe Foundation, the Steve and Judith Krantz Foundation, the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture, the National Endowment for Humanities, Sharon Oxborough Endowed Fund for Aloud, the Peck Endowment for Cultural Programs, the Ralph M. Parsons Foundation, and of course, all those individual donors and members. And over there is the booth. We are working with Reparations Club, which is a terrific independent bookstore, and they will be selling the Latino Poetry Anthology today. I also want to thank everybody who helped, the whole team from the park and also my team, Jorge, and a big shout out to Tiffany Moon, who without her producing and programming, this event would not happen. Anyway, let's move on to launch today's amazing lineup of performances. Danza Divina de los Angeles, led by Jennifer Sanchez, is an intergenerational group dedicated to preserving and enriching the living tradition of danza azteca. With members from diverse nations, the group comes together to celebrate the Mexica tradition through their vibrant performances. They are currently preparing for their third annual performance at LA Ofrenda, an Aztec creation story set to captivate audiences at the Plaza de la Raza in March of 2025. They have started a procession at the altars within the park and will arrive here to perform soon. In the meantime, please enjoy the music from this fabulous DJ, Que Madre. Thank you very much.
This station dial, boring dial. 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 This station. What you know?
So many nights with your shadow in my bed. So many nights, baby, you whisper in my head. Whoa.
amar. Yo me puse dispuesta a tus pies y tan solo con tristeza una palabra ver ahora. Si una vez dije que te amaba, hoy me arrepiento. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no sé lo que pensé, estaba loca. Si una vez dije que te amaba y que por ti la vida daba. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no lo vuelvo a hacer. Ese error es cosa de ayer. Yo sé que un día tú volverás y tú de todo te arrepentirás. Yo me puse dispuesta a tus pies y tan solo con tristeza me has pagado ver ahora. Si una vez dije que te amaba, hoy me arrepiento. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no sé lo que pensé, estaba loca. Si una vez dije que te amaba y que por ti la vida daba. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no lo vuelvo a hacer. Ese error es cosa de ayer. Si una vez dije que te amaba y que por ti
¿Cómo sé si lo que dices es verdad? No tengo derecho a reprochar, pero hace tiempo que presiento algo grita y dice esto no es así. Podría ser de alguna otra forma, la cosa no es así. ¿Quién es que te vienes creyendo? ¿Cómo sé que si sonríes significa que nos conocemos demasiado bien? Pero hace tiempo que presiento cuando miras así, algo queda sin decir. Podría ser más sencillo, no es así como lo planeamos. ¿Quién es que te vienes creyendo? No importa ya que no te guste como lo digo, aquí lo tienes. No importa ya que no recuerdes, ya te lo dije, ahí lo tienes. Pa, 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 pa. Podría ser
12 de la noche en La Habana, Cuba.
11 de la noche en San Salvador, El Salvador.
11 de la noche en Managua, Nicaragua.
Me gustan los aviones, me gustas tú. Me gusta viajar, me gustas tú. Me gusta la mañana, me gustas tú. Me gusta el viento, me gustas tú. Me gusta soñar, me gustas tú. Me gusta la mar, me gustas tú. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais pas. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais plus. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je suis perdu. ¿Qué horas son, mi corazón? Me gusta la moto, me gustas tú. Me gusta correr, me gustas tú. Me gusta
mañana.
Me gusta camelar, me gustas tú. Me gusta la guitarra, me gustas tú. Me gusta el reggae, me gustas tú. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais pas. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais plus. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je suis perdu. ¿Qué horas son, mi corazón? Me gusta la canela, me gustas tú. Me gusta el fuego, me gustas tú. Me gusta menear, me gustas tú. Me gusta La Coruña, me gustas tú. Me gusta Malasaña, me gustas tú. Me gusta la castaña, me gustas tú. Me gusta Guatemala, me gustas tú. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais pas. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais plus. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je suis perdu. ¿Qué horas son, mi corazón?
¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais pas. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je ne sais pas. ¿Qué voy a hacer? Je suis perdu. ¿Qué horas son, mi corazón?
Morenita que viene con su coleta de ratón, caliente como un volcán, sonrojada. Morenita que viene con su coleta de ratón, caliente como un volcán, sonrojada. Buscando un trago de agua por todo el lugar. Por eso yo te digo, niña linda, morenita, busca tu sombrilla para tomar el sol. Morenita, yeah, busca tu sombrilla para tomar el sol. Morenita, busca tu sombrilla para tomar el sol. Morenita, yeah, busca tu sombrilla para tomar el sol. Morenita que baila sus ritmos en alta mar, poseando con su cantar la alegría, dejando sentir la brisa, se deja llevar. Por eso yo te digo, niña linda.
butterflies. Let's do butterflies. Butterflies only. Butterflies only. No. Caracoles. Butterflies only. Sit with me. Copaleros, copaleros. Copaleros. Caracoles. Get in your formation. Get in your formation. Get in your formation. You go on that side. We're going to follow Maria. Ready and... Thank you. We are Danza Divina de Los Angeles. We just want to thank Grand Park and Consuelo for inviting us to participate in this beautiful event. We have an altar, number 12. Please come and go and visit it. As I know you're going to visit all the altars, but our altar, you can actually step into it. We welcome you to get in the center of it and have a moment and experience hopefully harmony and a moment of rest. And just thank you all for being here and many blessings. Ometeo.
Thank you, Danza Divina. Thank you. Let's give another round of applause for how fantastic they were. Before I introduce the poet today, I just want to introduce que Madre on the DJ, and she's more than a DJ. She's a vinyl virtuoso and proud mother whose musical roots trace back to East LA's lowrider, oldies, and soul. Joining Chulita Vinyl Club in 2014 propelled her into the spotlight, shaping her electric style. A fixture in LA's scene, que Madre spins hip-hop, R&B, cumbia, banda, reggaeton, and global beats at multiple residences citywide. She is the resident DJ at the renowned First Friday Nights with I Love You Micheladas, where you can catch her playing your favorite curados and banda hits. Follow her on Instagram for updates on her monthly DJ gigs and experience her magnetic mixes that redefine the LA sound. So thank you for being here. Okay, our first poet today is William Archila. William Archila is the winner of the 2023 Philip Levine Prize for Poetry for his collection S is 4. He is the author of The Art of Exile and The Gravedigger's Archaeology. He was awarded the 2023 Jack Hazard Fellowship. He is the associate editor at Tia Chucha Press. Please welcome William Archila. Thank you.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. How's everybody doing today? All right. Hey, Luis. So I guess you made it, or at least I made it, when you know you're between the Aztec dancer and the mariachi band, right? I've died and gone to heaven. I want to thank the Allow series and the Library Foundation of LA for having the courage to inviting me to read. I want to start with a very simple poem, straight, that was inspired by my godmother. The poem is called Las Tías. And you're probably wondering, well, why is it called Las Tías if this is about your godmother? I don't know. It's a long story why I ended up calling her Tia Sarita. But she used to scold me all the time and tell me, yo no soy su tía, yo soy su madrina. So this is inspired by her. She recently passed away in El Salvador. Las Tías. They get together in the evenings for coffee and pan dulce. When the weather is cool and the white handkerchief out for a sniff is a sign of colonial elegance. They talk in a tone of hamacas, in a hospice, medieval cathedral in the form of a sun who can no longer reinvent the sign of the cross, eyeglasses rim for the metal frame of their lives in a small town, belt with the metal buckle to mark the equator line around the barrel of a gut. They come in flapping arms around children saying, vengan, siéntense, vengan a comer. Plaza pigeons are their lonely apprentices, demanding a court case for the death of their children. Where are they going in their proper sadness? Lament happens so gradually. No one ever notices the dust on the lemon trees. One's home nap of pears and baby's hair. Las tías in their lavender and moth scent. In the blue flame of their stove, who boil their water in oils, who board a plane every night and never make it back. Thank you. You're so kind. So, some poems come out of the ground like a good potato, right? It's just right there when you wake up in the morning. And this is one of them. I don't think it needs an introduction. It's called Guayaberas. I think everybody here in LA knows what a guayabera is, right? Of course, right? Exactly. Usually I have to wear one when I'm reading somewhere, like in the Midwest or something like that. But the New Yorican poet Victor Hernandez Cruz called it the tuxedo of the Caribbean. Yeah, it's a very elegant shirt. My wife always complains that when we go out, and it's like, all you gotta do is wear your guayabera, you look nice, But I gotta, go out and buy a dress and who knows what. All right, guayaberas. In my boyhood, all the men wore them. A light body shirt with pleats running down the breast, 2 top pockets for pens, notepads, 2 bottom ones for keys or loose change, each swung with a button in the middle of the pouch, a complement tailored to the slit at the side of the hip. If you look at photographs in family albums, men stand against palm trees, their short sleeve guayaberas cut in sunlight, their Panama hats tipped to the sky. There's a black and white of my father, stumbling along fields of cane, head full of rum, mouth in an O, probably singing a bolero of old San Juan. On days like this, the sun burned like an onion in oil. Women hung guayaberas on windows to dry. Shirtless, men picked up their barefoot babies off the floor, held them against their bellies as if talking to a god. Even my school uniform was a blue guayabera, but nothing like my father's favorite, white, long sleeve, above the left breast, a tiny pocket, perfectly slender for a cigar. Arabesque designs vertically stretched. When the evening breeze lulled from tree to tree, he serenaded my mother, guitars and tongues of rum below her balcony. The trio strumming, plucking till 1 in the morning. I don't know what came first, war or years of exile, but everyone, shakers of maracas, cutters of cane, rollers of tobacco, stopped wearing them, hung them back in the closet, waiting for the children to grow. An arc of parrots to fly across the sky at 5 in the evening. In another country, fathers in their silver hair sit on their porches. Their sons, now men, hold babies in the air, guayaberas nicely pressed. I'm dropping all my bills here. Okay, now in Spanish. This is for my family. Guayaberas. Cuando yo era niño, todos los hombres la usaban. Una camisa ligera con pliegues verticales recorriendo el pecho. 2 bolsillos superiores para lapiceros y libretas, 2 inferiores para las llaves o suelto. Cada uno cosido con un botón en el medio de la bolsa. Y un detalle, una tira pequeña también con un botón, cosida al lado en la cadera. Si miras fotografías de álbumes familiares, ves hombres apoyados en palmeras, sus guayaberas manga corta, iluminadas por la luz del sol, sus sombreros Panamá inclinados hacia el cielo. Hay una en blanco y negro de mi papá, tropezando en los campos de caña, la cabeza llena de ron, la boca en una O, probablemente cantando un bolero del viejo San Juan. En esos días el sol quemaba como una cebolla en aceite. Las mujeres colgaban guayaberas en las ventanas para que se secaran. Sin camisas, los hombres levantaban del suelo a sus bebés descalzos, se sentaban y los sostenían contra su estómago, como si hablaran con un Dios. Hasta mi uniforme de la escuela era una guayabera azul. Pero nada como la favorita de mi papá, una blanca, manga larga y a la altura del pecho, a la izquierda, un bolsillo diminuto, perfectamente delgado para un cigarro. Y en vez de los pliegues tradicionales, arabescos. Cuando la brisa de la tarde arrullaba del árbol en árbol, él le llevaba serenata a mi mamá, guitarras y lenguas de ron debajo de su balcón, y el trío rasgueando y punteando hasta la 1 de la mañana. No sé qué fue primero, si la guerra o el exilio, pero todos los que tocaban maracas, los cortadores de caña, los que hacían puros, dejaron de ponerse guayabera. La colgaron en el ropero, esperando a que los hijos crecieran. Y una bandada de pericos cruzara el cielo limpio a las 5 de la tarde. En otro país, padres con el cabello ya plateado se sientan en el porche y sus hijos, ahora hombres, con guayaberas bien planchadas, sostienen en el aire a sus bebés. Okay, let me read something depressing now, okay? I'm just kidding. So one of the reasons I'm here is, well, we're here to celebrate Dia de los Muertos, and we're here to celebrate the downtown Grand Park, right, Gloria Molina. But also this new publication that's out. And if you haven't gotten your copy, they're selling them right over there. It's an anthology by the Library of America. It's called Latino Poetry, edited by Rigoberto González, and it covers from the 17th century up to our contemporary times. So I'm going to read my poem from this anthology. You know, I started listening to Duke Ellington about when I was in high school. So that must have been about 10 years ago, I think, if I remember correctly. Everybody knows who Duke Ellington is, right? All right, so the jazz figure, probably the most influential figure in jazz, if not in all American music. And every time I read this poem, I say that it's a little fact that in 1974, Duke Ellington went back to his native country of El Salvador. And right about that time, the audience looks at me with crazy eyes, and it should be registering right now, right? Because you know none of that is true, right? Duke Ellington was not born in El Salvador, right? But he did die in 1974. So if this was true, right, this is what would have happened. Duke Ellington, Santa Ana, El Salvador, 1974. He paces the cool, dusty classroom, hands in his pockets, rows of chairs, sixth grade children looking straight at him, watching his big band walk. At the blackboard, he turns and breaks the silence. Instead of crossing an oriental garden, picture a desert under a devil's sun. He snaps his fingers 2 + 1 as if to say one more time. We shout back a demented version of Caravan. Crashing cymbals, drums, bent horns, muffled rhythms from a line of saxophones. Edwin Martinez gets on his feet, leans over the music stand, and tortures the trumpet, pouring all his memories of Egypt from history class. Douglas Diaz slaps the bongos exactly the same way he beats on cans of coffee and milk at home. Senor Ellington claps his hands along, dancing a two-step blues, stomping in the center of everyone like a traffic cop, conducting a busy city streets. Before break, he will tell us stories of a smoky blues spot called the Cotton Club. We will learn all the Harlem rhapsodies, from the Latin Quarter up to 125th Street. He will swing the piano keys, a syncopated phrase, and we will listen. No need to study war no more. No need to study war no more. he could be my grandfather. Black boy from Chalatenango. Indigo blue family from the Caribbean through Honduras. He could be the one to write a tone parallel to Sonsonate, a trombone to roll to the wheels of a cart, the wrinkled man, toothless, pulling his corn. More than a Congo drum in a cabaret, more than a top hat and tails before a piano. I want him to come back, his orchestra to pound the doors of a ballroom by the side of a lake. I want the cracked paint to peel off the walls, lights to go dim, floors to disappear, a trumpet to growl, my country to listen. Muchas gracias.
Hi, everyone. Our next poet is Vanessa Angélica Villarreal. Vanessa was born in Rio Grande Valley to Mexican immigrants. She is the author and essay collection Magical Realism, essays on music, memory, fantasy, and borders, and the poetry collection Beast Meridian. She is a recipient of the 2019 Whiting Award, Kate Tufts Discovery Award nomination, and the winner of the John A. Robertson Award for Best First Book of Poetry from the Texas Institute of Letters. Please welcome Vanessa Angélica Villarreal. Thank you.
Buenos días, buenos días. Oh, this is for a tall person. Hang on just a moment. Chaparrita, representation. Thank you. Oh, now it's kid size. That's perfect. Thank you. I have 3 poems for you today, and I'm going to need 3 volunteers for the last one. We're going to start with a poem called Function, Root, Future. It's about how our indigenous descendants, our indigenous roots, are seen as part of the past, as part of a fading memory, and the future belongs to progress, science. But where does that future take us to if we do not preserve our memory? So this is called Function, Root, Future. Year 0, matrilineal, repeat, cycle, inherit, does not exist. 0 equals Gadamen, blooming ranch fields, a throat packed with cotton, no choice but to marry her eldest off to the hoof-beaten storm. 0 equals Angelica, escape the hoof-beaten storm, escape the garnet-eyed doctor, escape the stillborn country that pummels you to rags. 0 equals Silvia, English synonyms for future, escape, amnesty, green card, possibility, dream, I promise, I will, I do, pregnant, labor, indebted, hospitalized, soul, provider, burden, loan, insufficient. 0 equals Vanessa. Witness this pattern now cycling into me. Again, lost eddies of time, lost again, I submerge my body in the river of unclaimed memory. Swim again to its cervix and speak into the sea. I did everything I was supposed to do, and still an unbroken line of broken lines. 1 equals Joaquin. If someone is going to make it out of this dream alive, let it be you unbraiding from me. Let it be that this chord, its arcing line, when viewed from above, is an infinite field, and let the field open for you like a bell. Its bend veined with a lace of new stars, and let each new star echo on earth as a blossom, bursting from the black, so that you, born from this blood-dark grief marbled with error, can still be perfect. Let every good beast carry you in its eye open with wild knowing, and let every sagging telephone line carry my voice to you when I'm gone. When you're lonely or scared and in a sleep-soft drift, you'll think you hear me in the kitchen. And yes, there we are again, reflected in the bend of the steel spoon, the milk still spinning as we lick off the chocolate. And there we are again in the rust-burnt dusk, embers whirling off the mountainside, the last sight we'll have of an ocean. And yes, I'm sorry. I am so, so sorry. What else could I have done to stop the world from ending? Year 1, set patrilineal, new, AD, timeline, discovery, conquest, 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 conquest. Start chronometer, start collective memory, start archive. Before the ship's arrival, there is no history. Any subject exhibiting any of the following conditions will be removed and denied re-entry into real time. Undocumented, uncivilized, uncontrollable, unskilled, unwell, unaccompanied, unassimilated, uncolonized, unclean, unintelligible, unclaimed, unmarried, unattractive, unbecoming, unemployed, unauthorized, unprofitable, uninsured, underfoot, disabled, disappeared, diseased, disadvantaged, discarded, disassociated, disordered, dissenting, indebted, prehistoric, pre-agricultural, pre-capitalist, pre-discovery, pre-colonial, pre-Christian, primitivity, pre-literate, precarious, prey. Real future function. Function times time, discovery times time equals infinity. And after the coral bleaches to bone, and after the poles thaw and the clouds shatter a searing rain, the SpaceX colony will have already built an electromagnetic wall to border its orbit. And in the field, the bent workers will still scoop tender chard under a burning sky for the empire. And even the mountains will kneel in witness and surrender to the sinking, to greet once again that same ancient ocean. And when the last elephant falls, we will know the end of memory. And time will go white, and the future white, and the past white, wiped immaculate of fault, and all time collapsed into a single line, all histories consumed by the official record and its impeccable family lines, traced back through the whitened field itself so straight, and us broken in broken trees to make way for the future. Progressing ever forward in a line of suns, but any voyage that assumes a forward course will loop to its origin and cross itself. And so the compass rose will enclose the world into the shape of a gun sight. And when there are no new lands to map in blood, how pale will the horse of the last sunrise look underwater? Learn from this, little one. Time was never a line, but a field. And you are occurring alongside the past. And when I recognize Abuelito's laugh in you, or offer a bending lily to the dead, we are born and together again. And every minute I choose you. Choose to fight, and don't drive off the mountain. I encounter the infinite as the will to survive. Okay, this is called To Actuate. It's about this idea of family as something that we used to know as an intimate thing, abuelitas, abuelitos, tíos, and then once migration happens, distance happens, time passes, you start looking for that family online, on Facebook, on Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and you're just kind of plunged into this electronic version of memory. Kind of a disturbing thing. And the longing to reconnect to the dead. To actuate. 01, 01, 01, 01, 01, 01, 01, 01, 01. Shut down, restart. Buscándote, abro la boca y de allí florecen las letras. No me olvides. Sí, no, adiós. Oremos, Madre Santísima, Madre Bellísima, Madre que sufre, arrodillada te ruego, perdidas in memory's purgatory, their forms persist in the fog. The fountain loops time through the waters, tiempo, tempo. A moment suspends an overcast iron sun. Tiempo parado. Abuelas, how can I stop losing you? Tías, how do I stop losing you? Amor eterno, inolvidable. Echo, 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 echo. Tú eres la tristeza de mis ojos. I believe in an ordered, structured universe where all phenomena are interrelated and imbued with spirit, forgotten. Me miro en el espejo y veo mi rostro, el tiempo que he sufrido por tu adiós. Erased. Yo he sufrido tanto por tu ausencia. Absence. What has time taken with it? ¿Qué ha ocultado el tiempo? Nada. 01, 01, 01. Nadie. Hypothesis for the erased. The boats arrive. Salobre, brackish. Debajo de las olas, corriente de lágrimas. Manos debajo del agua, the salt vientre de la tierra, golfo de memoria. In mathematical terms, the subject is canceled out. Of a body split by a river, of a mind split by a country, of a mother split by a child, of a chromosome split by a price. Oremos, Madre Santísima, Madre Bellísima, Madre que sufre, arrodillada te ruego. In womb song, the egg hatches stars vain to yoke the heart and the brain, and the egg absorbs el ojo, the curse, a mute, white mouth, víbora en agua. Still I drag my memory across the sky, parse the texts there. What hunger! I open myself to restore my lengua, the language of a defiant tissue. And when I open me for baby boca, he takes my milk maíz. I unborder my longing, deseo el pasado, its defiant tongue. And in that dream, a text. I reclaim, reach back to find myself, drag the river to recover the drowned, parse the remains to make legible the wound, their sacrifice. I am untying loops of violence that scaffold my spine, dream again of the gods and the wolves, and in my blood, a code of constellations. I seek my disappeared through your loveliest gated gardens, find their footprints on your shimmering floors. I invent this text in vain. Oremos, Madre Santísima, Madre Bellísima, Madre que sufre, run terminal. Last login, Monday, February 15th, on console. To actuate, open, Carmen Lopez, 1922. Bash, command not found. To actuate, open, Angélica Maria Lopez, 1942. Bash, file not found. To actuate, open, Silvia Angélica Gutierrez, 1958. Bash, fatal error, unable to process your request. To actuate, open, Vanessa Angélica Villarreal. Bash, insufficient memory. All right, I need some volunteers. How many volunteers do I need? I need 3 volunteers, please. Ándale. Súbete, súbete. 2 more? Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful face, beautiful painted face, beautiful blusa bordada. I need 2 more volunteers. Come on, it's not scary. It's not scary. Ándale. And I need one more volunteer. Yeah. Oh, who? Oh, okay, we got it. Okay. You want to stand on this side? Okay. So, you are going to read this poem. Okay. So you're just going to repeat, parent does not wish to separate until I finish. Or actually, keep reading it until a little bit after I finish my poem. Okay. Okay? You are going to repeat flight risk. Just over and over. Okay?
Will you tell us when to stop?
You're going to stop around the time she stops. So I'm going to stop the poem. I'm going to stop right here. And then you two are going to keep going for a couple of lines.
And we do it together.
You don't have to synchronize. The point is not to synchronize. Yeah. And you are going to just say final order pending removal. Yeah. There are other lines here, but you don't have to worry because it's just for the performance. So you're just going to say final order pending removal. Okay? Okay. So just share the microphone so that everybody can hear you.
What's the word that
Parent does not wish to separate.
parent does not want to share? Flight risk.
Flight risk.
Final order pending removal.
Okay. And just share the microphone so that yeah. Okay. All right. This is called Table Border Collapse. I volunteered with a migrant advocacy group during the family separations, and I worked with a couple of immigration lawyers looking at Excel spreadsheets for parole denial and deportation and removal. And I was really struck by how dehumanizing it is to create an Excel sheet of children who were lost in the system and required advocates. So this is a poem in tribute to them and their families and all of our ancestors who've been disappeared or lost by the state and by the systems that govern us. Table, border collapse. Got it? In America, the land is a ghost of the land.
Final order pending
In America, the land is the land of the ghost.
Final order
In America, the land of the ghost in the land. In America, the land is the ghost. In America, the ghost is the land. Inam Rica, the land is the free, is the ghost land. Table, border style, solid, border style, law. Empire's bottom line, gross domestic product, lifespans. Border style, a timeline moving forward from an ancient south. The line itself, a manufactured record, manufacturing a state, dividing those who remember from those who don't, those who belong to the past from those who belong to the future. Border style, manifest. Future equals forgetting. Who is entitled to a destiny? Who is entitled to a future? Parent table, TD nth child, the fates, child.value, row.cells, cell value, the wolf womb, the time wound, the dark pines shining back eyes, the shine back, the wailing woman, La Llorona, the strike from a man, the scalpel of the state, the cut flower, the fist in the girl, the half moon between nations, the first generation border patrol, the drawing of a cell, the coyote's den, the way out. Global values, input ID, orphans, value equals unset. Orphans equals 5,500 initial. Orphans inherit. Orphans revert. Child table, nested, border style, hidden. Display, table cell. Overflow. hidden. Visibility, hidden. Border color, inherit. Every migration is the carrying of a child toward home. Border style, family photo. Mira el piojito en chanclas, still screaming for his mother, next to the man with a gun. Chiron, experts debate. A child's abject terror, abstracted on loop. A silence between sides. Sound check. Back to you.
Parent does not wish to separate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. For your help.
Thank you so much. Please enjoy the day. Remember your ancestors, remember your dead. This is a day of celebration. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Let's give another applause for her beautiful work. So the DJ, K Madre, is going to spin a little right now, and we're going to set up the mics. We're transitioning right now, and going to welcome the Mariachi Arco-Iris de Los Angeles in a couple of minutes. So I will do an intro then, but thank you, and stay around. Thank you.
Sola voy con mi pena, sola va mi condena. Correr es mi destino para burlar la ley. Perdida en el corazón de la grande Babilón. Me dicen clandestino por no llevar papel. Pa' una ciudad del norte yo me fui a trabajar. Mi vida la dejé entre Tijuana y Bagdad. Soy una raya en el mar, fantasma en la ciudad. Mi vida va prohibida, dice la autoridad. Un salto al grupo cual. Sonora tropical. Sola voy con mi pena, sola va mi condena. Correr es mi destino por no llevar papel. Perdida en el corazón de la grande Babilón. Me dicen clandestino, yo soy la quiebra ley. Peruanos, hondureños, mexicanas, marihuana ilegal.
Si no peleamos por los niños, ¿qué será de nosotros?
las ideas solo pueden levantarnos, caminar, recorrer, no rendirse ni retroceder, ver, aprender como esponja, absorber. Nadie sobre todos, faltan todos, suman todos, para todos, todo para nosotros. Soñamos en grande que se caiga el imperio, lo gritamos algo, no queda más remedio. Esto no es utopía, es alegre rebeldía del baile de los que sobran de la danza de mi mía. Levantarnos para desollevar, ni África ni América Latina se suba.
Hello, everybody, and hello to this new growing audience. How great. And I'm Jessica Strand. I'm the Senior Director of Programming and Strategic Partnerships at the Library Foundation of Los Angeles. And today we're putting on this great festival of sorts. We're celebrating Gloria, Molina, Grand Park's downtown Day of the Dead, and the new anthology from the Library of America, which is a Latino Poetry anthology, which you can find over there. The Reparations Club, an independent, terrific bookstore, will be selling it. And I'm thrilled to introduce the Mariachi Arco-Iris of Los Angeles. Mariachi Arco-Iris de Los Angeles, or Los Angeles Rainbow Mariachi, in English, is the world's first LGBTQ mariachi, led by director Carlos Samaningo. Mariachi Arco-Iris de Los Angeles performs its repertoire to suit the LGBTQ community, while also introducing beautiful Mexican folk music to new audiences. In 2023, the Los Angeles Rainbow Mariachi received 2 awards for the work and message of inclusivity, and that they promote through their passionate music. Now, in 2024, they debuted their 3rd album in celebration of their 10th year of existence. Furthermore, this historic group made their PBS debut and was honored by the Los Angeles City Council at the historic Los Angeles City Hall during Pride Month kickoff ceremony. Please welcome Mariachi Arco-Iris de Los Angeles. Thank you.
Son sus colores que resaltan nuestro cielo, el arco iris y el amor pintan el viento. Los arcoíris dejan su historia y su pasión. Ojos de papel volando, negrita de mis pesares. Ojos de papel volando, a todos diles que sí, pero no les digas cuando así me dijiste a mí. Por eso vivo penando. mi negra que la quiero ver aquí, con su rebozo de seda que le traje de Tepic. Cuando me traes a mi negra que la quiero ver aquí, con su rebozo de seda que le traje de Tepic.
¡Tóquele bonito a mi mariachi Arco-Iris! Sí, señor. Sí, señor.
Sí.
Tú eres la tristeza de mis ojos que lloran en silencio por tu amor. Miro en el espejo y veo en mi rostro el tiempo que he sufrido por tu adiós. Obligo que te olvide el pensamiento, pues siempre estoy pensando en el ayer. Prefiero estar dormido que despierto, de tanto que me duele que no estés. Como quisiera que tú vivieras, que tus ojitos jamás se hubieran cerrado nunca y estar mirándolo. Amor eterno e inolvidable, tarde o temprano estaré contigo para seguir amándonos. Yo he sufrido tanto por tu ausencia, desde ese día hasta hoy no soy feliz. Y aunque tenga muy tranquila mi conciencia, yo sé que pude haber yo hecho más por ti. Oscura soledad estoy viviendo yo, la misma soledad de tu sepulcro. Es que tú eres el amor de cual yo tengo el más triste recuerdo de Acapulco. Pero como quisiera que tú vivieras, que tus ojitos jamás se hubieran cerrado nunca y estar mirándolos, amor eterno, inolvidable. Tarde o temprano estaré contigo para seguir amándonos. Amor eterno, eterno. Amor eterno, eterno amor.
How we doing, Grandpa?
No vale la pena lo que tú me quieres, porque es muy poquito. Eso no me llena, no me es suficiente, quiero otro tantito. No vale la pena tus distantes citas, casi no te veo. La intención es buena, nadie te lo quita, pero más yo quiero. No vale la pena, corazón, es amor de un rato. Si siempre yo te veo, corazón, muy de vez en cuando, que no vale la pena. Date cuenta de eso, que lo que tú me has dado es una miseria, son muy pocos besos para un enamorado.
Okay, who knows the song? Probablemente ya de mí te has olvidado, y mientras tanto yo te seguiré esperando. No me he querido ir para ver si algún día que tú quieras volver me encuentres todavía. Your turn. Por eso aún estoy. Your turn. En la misma ciudad, para que tú al volver y sea como ayer. Probablemente estoy. ¡Qué bonito! Se me olvidaba que nunca volverás. Se me olvidó otra vez. A ver, todos conmigo. Que solo yo. ¡Qué bonito!
¿Para qué me haces llorar? Que no ves cómo te quiero. ¿Y para qué me haces sufrir? Que no ves que más no puedo. Si yo nunca había llorado, y menos de dolor. Y yo nunca había tomado,
Pues toma.
y menos por un amor. Todo el mundo. ¿Por qué me haces llorar si te burlas de mí? Si sabes tú muy bien que yo no sé sufrir. Hoy me voy a emborrachar a no saber de mí. Que sepan que hoy tomé y que hoy me emborraché por ti. Ay, 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 ay. Échale bonito.
A ver, el de rojo. Te pareces tanto a mí que no puedes engañarme. ¿Cuánto ganas? ¿Quién te paga por mentir? Mejor dime la verdad. Al fin yo sé que tú me vas a abandonar y sé muy bien por quién lo haces. ¿Crees que yo no me doy cuenta? Lo que pasa es que no quiero más problemas con tu amor. ¿Que te vas a ir con él? Está bien, I don't care. Quiero que seas feliz, fíjate. Pero te voy a advertir que si tú vuelves otra vez, no respondo. ¿Tú crees que yo no me daba cuenta? Lo que pasa es que no quiero más problemas con tu amor. Y ese tonto que te quiere y que se enamoró de ti, no sabe lo que le espera, piensa que va a ser feliz. Inocente, pobre amigo, no sabe que va a sufrir. Sobre aviso no hay engaño y sé muy bien en que te vas. Dile a ese que hoy te ama que para amarte nada más, que para eso a él le falta lo que yo tengo de más. Y te pareces tanto a mí que no puedes engañarme.
Eso.
Precioso.
El rey. El rey.
You like the show?
El rey.
Yo sé bien que estoy afuera, pero el día que yo me muera, sé que tendrás que llorar.
Llorar, llorar, llorar.
Dirás que no me quisiste, pero vas a estar muy triste, así te vas a quedar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey. me enseñó que mi destino era rodar y rodar.
Rodar, rodar y rodar.
Después me dijo un arriero que no hay que llegar primero, hay que saber llegar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey.
Eso, chiquita.
Esta se la sabe, ¿no? Este amor apasionado anda todo alborotado por volver. Voy camino a la locura, aunque todo me tortura, sé querer. Dejamos hace tiempo y llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver. A ver todos. Y volver, volver. Volver a tus brazos otra vez. Llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé perder, yo sé perder. Quiero volver, volver, volver. No vuelves porque no quieres. Nos dejamos hace tiempo y llegó el momento de perder. Tú tenías mucha razón, le hago caso al corazón y me muero por volver. Los quiero escuchar a todos. Y volver, volver.
¿Qué cosa?
Eso.
A tus brazos otra vez. Llegaré hasta donde estés. Yo sé volver, quiero perder. Quiero volver, volver, volver.
All right, guys, the next song, we want everybody to sing with us, okay? You promise you'll do it? All right, let's do it.
Promise.
Cielito lindo, vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando.
lindo, los corazones. ¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Qué bonito! A ver, un grito mexicano, ¿quién sabe? ¿Quién sabe? ¡Vámonos!
Por acá. Mexicano, grito. ¿Quién por allá?
Ese lunar que tienes, cielito lindo, junto a la boca. No se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. Ese lunar que tienes, cielito lindo, junto a la boca. No se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. Your turn, here we go. Cielito lindo, los corazones. Otra vez. Porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. ¡Bravo, bravo!
Bajo la luz de la luna.
Como te quiero, mi amor, como te quiero, mi amor. No te he querido ninguno.
En esta noche tan grata que con tu aroma perfuma.
Vengo a cantarte, mi amor, vengo a cantarte, mi amor, lo que escribí en la laguna. Estoy tan orgulloso que estés tú conmigo. Doy gracias al cielo, doy gracias, Dios mío, por haberme dado tan lindo querer. Ojalá que nunca nadie nos separe, que tú nos ampares de aquel y de aquella, de todo el que quiera lo nuestro romper.
¿Cómo estamos, Grand Park?
Fue un placer conocerte y tenerte unos meses, aunque esos meses fueron el principio y el fin de un amor tan bonito, aunque no me quisiste, pero yo sí te quise y hoy me tengo que ir. Muy feliz fui contigo, me conformé con nada y hoy te quedas sin mí.
Ay, ay, ay.
A pesar de que nunca me dijiste te quiero, pero tengo que irme y demuestras tu amor. Pero tengo que irme porque ya no te quiero, no sé por qué motivo. Cosas del corazón.
El mundo ruede. Yo sé muy bien que tú me quieres, más sin embargo yo te amo.
Que te me dejes que te quiera.
No me interesa si tú me quieres, sí o no.
Claro que tengo un poquitito de sentimiento, pero no lloro, no tiene caso. Nada me gano con que me mires que estoy llorando. Si no me quieres, yo con quererte soy muy feliz. Mis amigos me aconsejan que ya te deje, que no sea tonta y que no me quieres. Y yo les digo que no necesito que me lo digan, con que te quiera yo el mundo rede.
Me nace del corazón decirle que usted es mi vida, que no sé vivir sin usted. Disculpe que se lo diga, pero es que no aguanto más. Este amor me calcina, me nace del corazón y el corazón me domina. Quiero sentir en sus besos, sus manos que me acarician. Quiero comprobar que vivo, no quiero morir de amor. Hasta que escuche su boca decir que me quiere mucho, y que ese amor que usted siente le nace del corazón, me nace del corazón. Decirle que usted es mi vida, que no sé vivir sin usted, que no sé vivir sin usted.
Que se lo diga, pero es que no aguanto más. Este amor me calcina, me nace del corazón y el corazón me domina.
De usted me enamora, bravo. Quiero decirle mil cosas que no hace poquito tiempo sintiendo estoy por usted. Quiero beber en sus labios el agua de amor divina, tomarla de beso en beso, me estoy muriendo de sed. Me nace del corazón, del corazón. Thank you.
Hermoso cariño, hermoso cariño, que Dios me ha mandado a ser destinado nomás para mí. Precioso regalo, precioso regalo, del cielo llegado, que me he colmado de dicha y amor. Hermoso cariño, hermoso cariño, ya estoy como un niño con un nuevo juguete, contento y feliz. No puedo gritarlo y quiero gritarlo. Hermoso cariño que Dios ha mandado no más para mí. Hermoso cariño, hermoso cariño, ya estoy como un niño con nuevo juguete, contento y feliz. No puedo evitarlo y quiero gritarlo. Hermoso cariño que Dios ha mandado no más para mí. Eso.
All right, guys, we're going to end with this song, and thank you for having us. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate you. Beautiful.
Para mí, porque siempre quiero más de ti. Yo quisiera hacerte más feliz, hoy, mañana, siempre, hasta el fin. Mi corazón estalla por tu amor. ¿Y tú qué crees? Que esto es muy normal. Estás tanto al amor que no lo ves. Yo nunca he estado así. Si de casualidad me ves llorando un poco, es porque yo te quiero a ti.
Ay, ay, ay.
Y tú te vas jugando a enamorar todas las ilusiones vagabundas que se dejan alcanzar. Y no verás que lo que yo te ofrezco es algo incondicional.
Sí, señor.
Incondicional. Y tú te vas jugando a enamorar, te enredas por las noches entre historias que nunca tienen final. Te perderás dentro de mis recuerdos por haberme hecho llorar. Nunca es suficiente para mí, porque siempre quiero más de ti. No ha cambiado nada mi sentir, aunque me haces mal, te quiero aquí. Mi corazón estalla de dolor. ¿Cómo evitar que se fracture en mí? Acostumbrado estás tanto al amor que no lo ves. Yo nunca he estado así. Si de casualidad me ves llorando un poco, es porque yo te quiero a ti. Todo mundo. Y tú te vas jugando a enamorar todas las ilusiones vagabundas que se dejan alcanzar. Y no verás que lo que yo te ofrezco es algo incondicional. Mi corazón es como un arco-iris en la pradera que se abrió ante los ojos de tu corazón, y tú lo maltrataste sin tan siquiera tenerle compasión. Por eso ahora todos tus recuerdos se borran de mi mente, como ese arco-iris que se pierde en la llanura. Así yo te apartaré de mi corazón. Y tú te vas jugando a enamorar, te enredas por las noches entre historias que nunca tienen final. Te perderás dentro de mis recuerdos por haberme hecho llorar. Te perderás dentro de mis recuerdos por haberme hecho llorar.
Thank you, Grand Park. Have a nice day.
Bueno.
gracias, Keren. Lindo Michoacán,
Lindo Michoacán,
no te puedo nunca olvidar. Es tu cafetal,
es tu cafetal,
dulce nido que guarda por siempre un amor. Tienes el color como un cielo primaveral. Eres Michoacán, Florida, tierra ideal de amor.
Ay, 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 las jícaras de mi tierra. Ay, 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 sus campos verde esmeralda. Ay, 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 la línea azul de la sierra, las canciones de mi tierra que en el mundo no tienen rival. Oh Dios eterno, quisiera morir, porque en este mundo engañoso todo es un sueño, todo es una ilusión. Si me mata su ausencia, si me ahoga la inquietud, si no tienes clemencia para esta esclavitud,
que sus aguas se lleven mi llanto y mi dolor,
que recoja Janicio el perfume de mi amor, que recoja Janicio el perfume de mi amor.
¡Y arriba, pichátalo!
Bien, Saulo.
That's my sister!
Michoacán.
¿Cómo dice?
Y pueblos que voy pasando, si saben en dónde está, ¿por qué me la están negando? Díganle que ando en Zaguayo y voy pa' Ciudad Hidalgo.
Ay, pero qué lindo.
¿Qué cosa?
Qué lindo es Michoacán. Tú sí tienes de qué presumir. Sus lagos azules, sus llanos raros de esta tierra linda donde yo nací.
Michoacán. Allá. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad to see you all here. Arco-Iris, they're fantastic. I don't know if this is on. Oh. Hi, everybody. Let's just give another round of applause. They gave us so much joy. Woo! So next up, we have two poets, Los Angeles-based poets. The first is Angélica Aguirre. Angélica Aguirre is a Chicano writer, speaker, and teacher from Pasadena. Her first book, Confessions of a Firework, was published in 2016 by the World Stage Press. She's recognized for her impactful work. She has received awards from such as the Woman of the Year in 2017 and YWCA Women for Racial Justice in 2022. Angela's work has been featured by platforms such as TEDx, Latina Magazine, the Huffington Post, LACMA, and the LA Times. Please welcome Angélica Aguirre.
Hello, everybody. I'm so grateful and honored to be here today to celebrate the opening of Dia de Muertos. Dia de Muertos is my favorite holiday personally because it's a holiday that's very close to my heart. My father, Ernesto Aguirre, he passed away in 2011, and Dia de Muertos has been my favorite holiday because it's the only holiday that I feel like you can really celebrate alone. And it's very personal to me to build the altar every year and just to celebrate his life. And so, you know, they say grief is just love with nowhere to go. And I have known that to be true, except I have found a place that I could put it. And that place has been in my poetry and in my writing. And I want you to know that that's a place where you can put your grief to anytime you need to. I'm going to start with this poem so you can get a sense of who he was, because this is a perfect example of who my father was to me and to this world. It's called Pocahontas. The year is 1995. I am 7 years old. My daddy picks me up in his white lowered 1989 Nissan pickup truck with a silver chain and an Aztec calendar around his neck. Smoothing out his mustache with a finger comb, he moves his handball bag off the seat as I hop in. I can smell Armor All and black ice. As we cruise down Figueroa, windows down, oldies blasting, we pull up to the Highland Theater where the marquee says, Pocahontas, the first Disney princess who looked like me. We watch the movie. We both laugh and cry. On the way out, he says, that was a really nice movie, mija, but that ain't really how it happened. Our next stop was the East LA Library. His 6-foot body sat next to me at the kids' table, pointing at pictures in a book full of beautiful brown faces. That was the day he taught me we are responsible for learning about ourselves, what the white man will not teach us. Thank you. This next poem is titled January 20th. And that's my birthday. And on January 20th, 2011, is the day that I found my dad unconscious, and 3 days later, I took him to the hospital that same day when I found him on my birthday, and 3 days later, we took him off life support. And that day is very hard for me every year to remember that. But like I said, I put my pain and I put it into these words in this poem, and I want you to know that you can do the same. This is about what it was like to lose him. On January 20th, I turned 23. Around 4 o'clock that day, I walked into my dad's room to find him lying on the floor, barely conscious, clothes wet with urine. He was too weak to make it to the bathroom, I guess. I was alone. As I dialed 911, time stopped. The words fell out of my mouth like razor blades. I watched the ambulance race in slow motion, backward even. My father had refused a liver transplant a long time ago and had been dying ever since. Seems I was the last to know. I spent my birthday in the hospital. He was gone 4 days later. It is now almost a year later, and I have yet to shatter like I know I am supposed to. Until we finally let him go, I never understood that you are never fully human until you've experienced yourself at your most broken. I remember wanting to become part of the floor that night. I spread myself onto the ground, wet and hollow, the same way my tears did. In that moment, everything had changed. I went home, sunk into the couch, and never wanted to breathe the same way again. All I felt were deep waves of pain, followed by loud silence. Words had lost meaning, saw no point in necessities like showers or food. I was numb. What use did a shell of a person have for everyday things anyway? Saying no one prepares you for this is an understatement. No one told me I'd feel empty and meaningless, like conversations with strangers. No one said I'd feel guilty for laughing. No one told me that from this point forward, my father would be the bruise behind my smile, the thing I would have for the rest of my life to compare all of my problems to, my defining tragedy. And since then, drops from the ocean of my pain will leak onto paper every once in a while, but for the most part, I fear that I have too much in common with the levees of Katrina. My face, a wall of I'm okay. My insides, a wrecking ball of no, you're not. I still do not know what I am supposed to do with all of this pain or where to put it. So I wear it heavy, the only way I know how, silent the way most pain tends to torture. I guess we do what we know before we know what to do, and so I fake it. The weight this deserves is too heavy to bear all at once, so I fill the void with poetry and people and places. There is always somewhere to go. Can't sit with myself for too long. Maybe I know what that will mean. Maybe I hate the silence now, or maybe I need it. Either way, I guess some poems fight to exist. I know this one did. Thank you. This next poem is about turning pain into power. It's about, when we write these poems, it's medicine for us. It's medicine, and it heals the parts of us. And it also, when you share those poems with the world, it's medicine for the world, and it's medicine to help heal other people when they hear it. And so this poem is a letter to the daughters who will lose their fathers too soon. If there is anyone in here who knows what that feels like, this poem is for you. And I hope you hear me. To the daughters who will lose their fathers too soon. Daughter of death, prepare yourself. You must welcome your tears in place of him. They will keep you safe now. You are going to hate them. You are going to speak of tears more often than you ever thought possible. You will need them and wish their well would dry up. They will come heavy at first, heavy and hard, uncontrollable even. Your body will shake, even when you tell it to stop, and this will scare you. Then one day, in the still of a March night, they will stop coming for a while, and when they return, they will show up like death did, inconvenient. They will burn. Like your insides have frozen over, and the only way to cry now is to release shards of jagged ice from your tear ducts that cut the flesh of your face on their way down to kiss the tiles of restaurants and classrooms and kitchens. Yes, they will burn like that, but you will need them. There will be nothing else you can do. Your chest will burn too, sometimes for no reason at all, but mostly out of anger. One day, you will see a little girl and her father in the airport, and you will stare at them holding hands. You will stare until the tears come, and you will have to convince yourself not to walk over. You will want to warn her that her hands will not be small enough to fit into the palms of his forever, and to hold on to them as long as she can, but you won't. You will only stare, and you will find that you stare too long at everything these days, not only at little girls and their fathers in airports, but anything that reminds you that yours is gone. You will feel sad even when you are happy, and you will say you are okay when you are really not. Friends will think it is okay to leave you alone, and this is when the tears will come. This is when they must. You will be right when you start to feel like nothing is the same and no one understands. This is because nothing is the same, and because no one will understand. They can't. You cannot describe how it felt when your chest caved in, so they cannot know what it will feel like when you are convinced your heart has stopped beating. Your friends will get to know another person. One who feels pain at the slightest jog of a memory, one who lives with her spirit drenched in death. This will be hard for them to watch. They will not know what to do. They will tell you not to let your father take you with him, but you will think he already has. They will sometimes need to convince you that you are still breathing and that life is not a broken plate. Sometimes you will believe them. Sometimes you won't. Do not feel obligated to remain in one piece. You will smile again when your face remembers how, and this is okay. This will be okay for as long as you need it to be. Settle into your pain. Bite down, chew it, and let it digest until it has become part of the person you will become. You will need to find ways to do this for the rest of your life. You will have questions. This is okay too. You will not be sure you know how to mourn, so you will ask if you are doing it right, but the answer will always be yes. You will want to know where he is and where he went. You will be so unsettled about that, but the answer will always be to rest. You will get angry and ask why he wasn't there to see you graduate, why he won't walk you down the aisle or be there to nickname your children, and the answer will always be he was and he will be. He will be there if you are, in your laugh that sounds like his, in the mariachi trumpets in your throat when you sing, in all your tasteless jokes, and in every burning tear you let drop down to kiss the ground in his honor. I promise he will be there if you are. Thank you. This last poem, and thank you so much for your time and for listening with open hearts. This last poem, was commissioned for LACMA. I got to choose a painting, and I found a painting in there by Vincent Valdez, and it's a painting about the Zoot Suit riots. And if any of you know about that historical moment in our history here in LA, then, and if you don't, then you'll learn about it right now. But this poem is called, because it's the same name as the painting, it's called Kill the Pachuco Bastards. There's something in this poem where I say some strong language, but you'll find that it's well-deserved. Kill the Pachuco Bastards, after Vincent Valdez. Act 1, Pachuco Yo. It is the summer of 1943 in wartime Los Angeles. For 10 days, bloodthirsty sailors and vigilantes scour the streets of the east side looking for Mexicans to collect like trophies. Pachucos in their zoot suits, wearing custom drapes in a time of rationing. Long fingertip coats with pants measuring 40 inches at the knee, cocky and defiant. Like diamonds, they shined on street corners, ignoring the norms of segregation with their heads held high, their self-esteem a threat to national security. Style sharp and filero sharper, daring anyone to mess with them, ready and willing to protect their neighborhoods, Chicano style. Over the years, as this story is told and sung and written and painted about, the men, as usual, are the main characters. The women remembered only as virgins, putas, or victims, if they are remembered at all. Act 2, Bertha's Revenge, or Ode to the Ventura School for Girls. When she got there, the beds were real neat. There was a towel folded with a dirty-looking teddy bear on top of each bunk. They must have thought it would make them feel more like the proper little girls they were sent there to become. But after Sleepy Lagoon, they were all women now. Ventura was hell, a reform school made to break them of their rebellious ways. Bertha's crime was silence, and so was her revenge. Una ruca de aquellas, it wasn't her custom to let you see her sweat, nor allow anyone to tell her what to do. They sent her there because the only rats she approved of were the ones she wore in her hair, so they beat her until she spoke. The first words out of her mouth were spoken directly into the eyes of her abuser. Fuck you. A year later, they told her to erase her memory. Forget it all, they said, but she knew she never could. When she got out, her silence kept her safe. She thought, if you say nothing, no one knows they hurt you. Never give them the satisfaction. Haunted by her past, she moved to Bakersfield, but keeps her pompadour. She was willing to give up everything but that. She met a guy from El Paso, a retired vato loco with the silence and backbone that matched hers. She felt safe by his side. He was good to her. Together, they bought a house and had a daughter, a new beginning with long black hair. She made them happy, but asked too many questions. One day, she asked her mother why she left LA. She listened with her breath held to the story about the night a young pale-faced sailor forced himself into their bloodline. There's a reason why Broadway in downtown was once named Eternity, because that's how long the nightmares lived there will last. Bakersfield was the closest she could get to another life. Act 3, Pachuca's Prayer. Dear God, if my words are medicine, let them heal the women first. The rebel granddaughters of Motoaca, may they always find their way back to themselves whenever they lose their way. Dear God, bless their mothers. From Pacoima to Palestine, may their refusal to be erased plague their colonizers in the face of gentrification and genocide. Dear God, bless their grandmothers with cold stares and warm hearts, who cut fruit with wrinkled hands and worry constantly. God bless the warrior granddaughters of the Black Widow girls. God bless their long acrylic nails and tattooed eyebrows. God soften their hearts and strengthen their backbones as they walk chin first into every room, knowing they would not be here had they not learned to pick locks. God bless the women who know how to pick locks. May the burdens they've carried in silence for us be made lighter by you, and the things we achieve fortify their faith in their Creator. Dear God, bless the silence that kept them all safe. Dear God, bless the silence I break for them today. Thank you so much. My name is Angela Aguirre. I'm a poet, and if you would like to follow me on Instagram, I am Millennial Mija. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Angela, for those moving poems. Next, we have Luis J. Rodriguez, who is the former Los Angeles Poet Laureate. He has 17 books in all genres, including 9 poetry books. He's the founding editor of Tia Chucha Press and the co-founder of Tia Chucha's Centro Cultural Bookstore in the San Fernando Valley. Please welcome Luis Rodriguez. Thank you.
¿Cómo están Los Ángeles? All right. I'm so glad to be here. I want to honor LA today. They wanted us to do a poem, like a Day of the Dead poem, so I'm going to do one to my mother. But first, I want to invite you to one of the most beautiful cultural spaces in LA called Tia Chucha Centro Cultural and Bookstore. Please come. It's in Silmar. It's a beautiful space. It's wonderful. We also have our own press, Tia Chucha Press. You heard earlier from William Archila, who's one of our associate editors. And we're growing. It's a beautiful space. You need to be there. Bookstore, culture center, everything is all there. I lived all over LA, which is really amazing. A lot of people say I'm from this part. I actually started in Watts, which is my first home community. And then I went to San Gabriel Valley. I went to East LA. Then I went to Northeast LA. I lived in the harbor. And now I lived in Echo Park. I lived in Pasadena. Now I live in the San Fernando Valley. So I probably hit most places in LA. I'm a real LA guy, you know. So this is why I love the city. And but I want to start with a poem, a Day of the Dead poem to my mother. Many of us Mexicans and Central Americans have indigenous roots. I'm sure you know that. And sometimes we don't know what tribes, but we all have indigenous roots. My mother always told us, somos tarumaras. You know what tarumaras are? That amazing, beautiful tribe in Chihuahua, Mexico. And I actually went there to meet them, to talk to them. And it was really funny because when I showed up, they didn't want to talk to me. They don't trust outsiders, and I get it. But I told them that I was looking for my heritage. My mother comes from here, the roots. They looked at me, oh, te ves como cualquier mexicano. I look like any other Mexican. But they finally asked me, you really want to know your heritage? I go, yeah. I go, because you know why? People leave, they never come back. So then they opened their doors to me. They were really beautiful. They opened their doors, they showed me they lived, 80,000 of them at the time were living in caves, one of the few cave dwellers in the world. They opened their homes, and I really got to know them. And I say this because if you go to the Sierra Tarahumara, the Tarahumaras, the Raramuri, are some of the healthiest people in the world. They don't have heart disease, diabetes, all this stuff because they eat the Three Sisters, corn, squash, and beans. They only eat meat in the wintertime. They run. They walk forever. As you know, they're some of the best runners in the world, if you know anything about them. But here's what happens when they leave. There's a ghetto in Chihuahua City called La Tarahumara. That's where my mom grew up. It's the de-Indianized, de-tribalized Tarahumaras. The Catholic Church, and I get it, a lot of Catholics here, but they kidnapped a lot of the indigenous people, changed their names, changed their traditions, gave them food and clothing, and wouldn't let them go back. You go there to the La Tarahumara, they're alcoholics, they're diabetics, they got heart disease, they beat their wives and kids. They become civilized. And the sad thing is that's where my mom grew up. So my mom was very sickly. We moved from Mexico when I was 2 years old to Watts. And I love the Watts community. And I want to honor Watts. If anybody's from Watts, I want to honor that community. And because the people were always good to me. The schools were really bad, but the people were really, really good to me. But my mom was very sickly. And this is a poem about that. It's one of the things she had. Just so you know, she had rotten teeth when she was in her 20s. She was obese. She had diabetes, heart disease, thyroid issues. She got cancer. She had Alzheimer's. She got everything that we get as civilized people. But this is one image as a little child in Watts, one of the earliest images I recall. And it's called Heavy Blue Veins, Watts, 1959. Heavy blue veins streak across my mother's legs. Some of them bunched up into dark lumps at her ankles. Mama periodically bleeds them to relieve the pain. She carefully cuts the engorged veins with a razor and drains them into a porcelain-like metal pail called a tina. I'm small and all I remember are dreams of blood. Me drowning in a red sea, blood on sheets on the walls, splashing against the white pail and streams out of my mother's ankle. But they aren't dreams. It is Mama bleeding into day and tonight, bleeding a birth of memory, my mother, my blood, by the side of the bed, me on the covers, and her slicing into a black vein and filling the pail into some dark, forbidding red nightmare, which never stops coming, never stops pouring this memory of Mama and blood and Watts. So that's my Day of the Dead poem from my dear mother. Some of you know my story. I ended up in the San Gabriel Valley. I joined the Barrio gang there. I got involved with heroin. I was a heroin addict for 7 years. I was in a gang. I was in and out of jails, juvenile hall, 2 adult facilities. I don't mind telling the story because it's part of my story. I was homeless for 3 years, so I knew all these streets pretty well. It's a different time then, but when you're homeless, and we didn't call ourselves homeless. We didn't have a name. People would say we were hobos. I never called myself hobo. We just didn't have a home. But I know what that's like. And I got saved by the Chicano movement. You understand what I'm saying? By the civil rights struggle of the 60s and 70s. I got saved by the Black Panthers, the Brown Berets, and AIM. I got saved by the people standing up, lifting up the struggles of our communities. And even though it's gone down and it's drifted off, I still carry that with me. It got me out of drugs, it got me out of a gang, got me out of crime. And it got me into poetry. And that's why it's important. So that's why I ended up going to prison. I've been going for 43 years to prisons, juvenile halls, and jails to do poetry, to teach writing, and to have healing circles. It's the work that I do. I love this work. I haven't forgotten the people that didn't quite make it. Well, when I was 16 years old, I was put on a murder's roll in the old Hall of Justice jail. They were trying to get me for murders, 3 murders that I didn't do, but you know how it is. That's how it is in the streets. They try to get you for these things. I had a cell next to Charles Manson, who was going to trial at the time. And of course, like anything that happens, the first night I was there, 2 big, tall guys were trying to cut my throat. But if you know anything about the streets, you can't be scared. You understand what I'm saying? And people think you can pretend. You can't pretend to be scared. To be not scared. People can see it. And in those days, I wasn't scared of nothing because I'm a small Mexican, but I stood up to everybody. I didn't care who they were, razor blades to my neck or not, I stood up to them. And they thought that was kind of strange and weird, and they thought it was cool. So then they took the razor blades out, and we played cards all night long, because that's the way you do in the jail. But I just mentioned that because nowadays I am scared. Older, I kind of watch my back. I'm a little wary now. I said, man, I can't be like I was 16, 17 years old. I wasn't scared of nothing. Now I'm like looking around. But the point is, I started writing in that jail. They were playing cards, they were drawing, but talking. Somebody had a pen and pencil, and I started writing. And I'm going to read you one of the poems I started to write. It wasn't a poem, it was just my thoughts. I fixed it up years later. It wasn't like this, but I want to share with you because it's called The Calling. Because somehow, even in that jail, by the way, they couldn't get me for these murders. I eventually got let go. I was there long enough to know the system, how it works. But somehow I was being called to be something different, to be a poet, to be a writer, to be an activist, to be a revolutionary. I was being called. And I want to share this poem. It's called The Calling. And it goes like this. The calling came to me while I languished in my room, while I withered away my youth in jail cells and damp vadio fields. It brought me to life out of captivity in a street-scarred and tattooed place I called body. Until then, I waited silently, a deafening clamor in my head, voiceless to all around, hidden from America's eyes, a brown boy without a name. I would sing into a solitary tape recorder, music never to be heard. I would write my thoughts in scrambled English. I would take photos in my mind, plan out new parks, bushy green, concrete-free, new places to play and think, waiting. Then it came. The calling. It brought me out of my room. It forced me to escape night captors and street prisons. It called me to wars, to be writer, to be scientist, and march with the soldiers of change. It called me from the shadows, out of the wreckage of my barrio, from among those who did not exist. I waited all of 16 years for this time. Somehow unexpected, I was called. And that poem is really to say, let's not write anybody off. You don't know what people have been through. You don't know what their story is. Stand by them. Help them. If they're in trouble, help them through the trouble. Get them through it. Everybody's worth saving. Every human being is worth caring about. Somebody cared for me, and I'm here today. And I think we should do it for everybody. So I'm going to read you this other poem. It's going to be my last poem. I'll do it in Spanish and English. And it's a special poem I wrote also around that time. And I want to tell you something. Because of my time going to prisons, I've been invited to go to prisons in 20 states, all over California, and also in Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala. I spent time in Honduras working with abandoned kids. I went in prisons in Argentina. I went to a juvenile facility in Italy, and I went to 2 prisons in England. My reputation, they bring me into these places. And even though they're all different, some of the worst prisons you ever want to ever see or be with, I was in, but also some of them that are a little bit kind of better than others. But one thing I know, when somebody's a prisoner, they are dehumanized. And I don't like that we punish people for the trouble they're in. I think we have to really have transformative, restorative justice in our communities. Bring back those who've been lost. And so that's why I do this work. But I'll tell you a story, then I'll read this poem. I was in one of the worst prisons was in Mexico, and it was in Chihuahua, where my family's from. And they sent me to what they call Cerezo, which is one of the old prisons. And a year before, because of the drug cartels, one drug cartel gang had murdered 25 members of another drug cartel gang in a prison in Juarez. So they put the other group there in this prison I went to visit. And they invited me to come, but the warden didn't want me to come in there. I don't want him in here. But then I told him all the work I did, and then I told him I did some work in El Salvador with the Madres, and he goes, "You work with the Madres in El Salvador?" I go, "Yeah." "Okay, I'll let you in." You figure, well, if I can do that, I can do anything. So he let me in, and here's the funny thing. Well, it's not funny. We had like 400 guys in a small little room, 400 guys. And I'm doing poetry and talking, and all of a sudden the warden pops in with 2 bodyguards. And I didn't know that he had never showed up inside that prison ever. Because the guards aren't in the prison, they're in the periphery. You know what I'm saying? They're the perimeter, they just guard the outside. The cartels run the prisons. But they were denying them tools and food and all kinds of things. So as soon as the warden comes in, 400 guys stand up, and then they start yelling and screaming at him in Spanish, you know. "We don't got no food, we don't got no workshops, we don't got nothing to do." They're screaming and yelling at him, and I knew what was going to happen. They're going to kidnap us. I mean, you just have to, you know, because that's what they do. They're going to kidnap us. We're in trouble. We're goners, you know. And I didn't have no weapon. I didn't have nothing. I didn't know, what am I going to do? And so I did the only thing I could do. I started reciting poetry. I started walking back and forth in front of these guys with poems. One poem after another in Spanish, just my poetry back and forth, walking in front of them. I kind of distracted them. They looked at me, and the warden and his guards walked away, which is very smart. They looked back, and he was gone, and they looked at me, and they realized they had nobody to yell at. So after a while, they sat down. I did more poetry, and we had a great time. Because that's what happens in prison. One moment, you're liable to die. The next moment, everything's cool. So I'm going to read you the poem that started this off. I'll do it in Spanish and in English. It's called Pedazo a Pedazo. Pedazo a pedazo te descaran, pelándote capas de tu ser, mintiendo sobre quién eres, hablando por tus sueños. En el escuador de sus ojos tú eres un criminal, vistiéndote en una chaqueta de mentiras hecha de acero a la medida. Tú eres su retrato perfecto. Quítatela, haz tu propio manto, desafía a los interrogadores, mira bien la muerte en la mirada, di que no te rindirás, di que no les creerás cuando te nombran de nuevo, di que no aceptarás sus colores, sus códigos, sus morales depravados. Aquí tienes un camino, aquí puedes cantar la victoria. Aquí no eres una víctima perpetua, un rostro sombrío en la tormenta. Manos y mentes están escupiendo un santuario. Usa estas armas contra ellos. Usa tus talentos dados. No son de piedra. So, I'll do it in English, and I want to thank you for listening. Please buy the poetry book. It's a really good book of Latino poets. There's other poets coming. Please support poetry. This is a great poetry town, by the way. Wonderful poetry town. I was poet laureate here. It's an amazing place for poetry. Just keep poetry alive. So I'm going to end with this. Piece by piece, they tear at you. peeling away layers of being, lying about who you are, speaking for your dreams. In the squalor of their eyes, you are an outlaw, dressing you in a jacket of lies, tailor-made and still, you fit their perfect picture. Take it off. Make your own mantle. Question their interrogators. Eyeball the death in their gaze. Say you won't succumb. Say you won't believe them when they rename you. Say you won't accept their codes, their colors, their putrid morals. Here you have a way. Here you can sing victory. Here you are not a conquered race, perpetual victim, the sullen face in a thunderstorm. Hands and minds that are carving out a sanctuary. Use these weapons against them. Use your given gifts. They are not stone. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. For all those who are new here, we're here to celebrate Gloria Molina Grand Park's opening of Day of the Dead, and also the Library of America's Latino Anthology, which you can buy with our partners, the Reparations Club, who are right over there and have the books on sale. Thank you for all being here. I am Yesika Strand, and I am the Senior Director of Programs and Strategic Engagement for the Library Foundation of Los Angeles, and I run something called Aloud, which is a series that is mostly here downtown at the Central Library. Anyway, we have next a wonderful musician, and I'm thrilled to introduce Ceci Bastida, born and raised in Tijuana, Mexico, and now living in Los Angeles. Ceci is a Latin Grammy-nominated musician, songwriter, recording artist, and activist. In 2021, she was named a cultural trailblazer in the city of Los Angeles by the Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs. She is the host of Punk in Translation, a bilingual podcast dedicated to the history of the Latinx influence on U.S. punk music. As an advocate of immigration reform and prison abolition, she works with Young Center for Immigrant Children's Rights and with Revolve Impact as a musical artist. Bastida joined the iconic Mexican ska band Tijuana No when she was 15. In 2000, she spent 8 years as a part of the touring band of the acclaimed singer Julieta Venegas, including a featured role in the 2008 MTV Unplugged special. Bastida embarked on her solo career in 2006. Many albums. Her most recent is Everything Taken Away, which was released in October 2023. Please welcome Ceci Bastida and her band. Thank you.
Moments to set up, folks. Just hold on a bit.
Oye, mujer, lo que has provocado en mí, no tengo explicación, me hundo en la emoción que sucede. Oye, mujer, tú me has conquistado.
calor. Ahora más que nunca te necesito junto a mí. No abandones mi amor, te lo he entregado a ti, no podré sobrevivir, necesito tu calor. Es fácil para ti el abandonarme, es fácil para ti el abandonarme, llevándote mis sentimientos, llevándote mis sentimientos. Es fácil para ti el abandonarme, es fácil para ti el abandonarme, llevándote mis sentimientos, llevándote mis sentimientos. Olé y lerorá.
Sin pena, hey, hey, traje cumbia, hey, hey, traje cumbia, hey, hey, traje cumbia. Es pa' que la India le menee todo el caite. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Esto se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Si soy indio que de a huevo las botas me lucen. Oye, esto se baila. Traje cumbia, rico pa' que baile la india y la rubia. Esto es de otra parte, si viene de Guate. Y es pa' que la india le menee todo el caite. Ya llegó la mata del pajón que ataca. Dame chance primo, yo les vuelo las patas. Tengo lo que da, mi herramienta los motiva. Voy dejando escuela, cabrón, de esquina a esquina. Esta voz que raja, no te da ventaja. No te gusta el drama, pues quédate en tu casa. Traje lo que mata, una cumbia mexicana mezclada con un flow puro desde Chapinlandia. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Esto se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena.
Este para que lo baile sin pena. Cuando se me sale el Caribe, usted lo decide. Si quiere que le dé lo que su cuerpo me pide. Soy bolero en tu mente, poesía caliente que se mete hasta adentro cuando no estoy presente. Tu dulce tormento que te quita el aliento. Eres una dueña de este sentimiento que me está cuchillando, que me está devorando, que se mete hasta adentro y que está cocinándome. Está cocinando y dale pues. Está cocinándome. Está cocinando y dale pues. Sin pena.
Hey, hey, traje cumbia. Hey, hey, traje cumbia. Hey, hey, traje cumbia. Es pa' que la india le menee todo el caite. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Esto se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Loco, esta cumbia se baila sin pena. Soy yo que de
Él se la lleva. Ay, ay. Cuidado con el uy.
Oh, yeah.
Siempre pensando en ti, te quiero sentir. Cariño, piensa en mí, no me tardo en venir. Tú bien lejos de aquí, me faltas, papi. Entrego todo a ti, no te tardes en venir. Tú lo tienes, papi, dame esa cosa. Te la mantengo, baby, caliente. Sabes bien que no me gusta mayonesa. No sea malo, papi, dame mantequilla. Ponme la mesa con juguito de guanaba, una conchita de la panadería. Tú mi rey y yo soy la niña mala. Come, come, papi, pero sin prisa. That's the way that I know you own it. Got you running around for it. Fire me up 'cause you want it. You want it, you want it. Betting the miles, baby, earn it. Corazón, corazón, tus ojos me están llenando solo con verlo. No necesito sino abrazarte para sentirlo. Y ya no tengo que esperar para saberlo. Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Cuando el amor es amor, es amor, es amor, es amor. Y somos dos, somos dos, somos dos. Y somos dos, somos dos, somos dos. Somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos, somos dos. Qué emoción, qué emoción. Ser parte de tu sonrisa y de tu alegría. Para más de toda una vida que me importa. Si tan
Lo recorro con cautela, no miro hacia atrás. Oigo los rumores, tal vez deba regresar. Lo que sé es que yo te quiero tener aquí. Yo te quiero tener aquí. Yo te quiero tener aquí. La gente me mira, creo que hay esperanza ya. La sangre se me sube, solo siento el palpitar. Lo que sé es que yo te quiero tener aquí. Yo te quiero tener aquí. Yo te quiero tener aquí. Y lo que sé es que yo te quiero tener aquí. Yo te quiero tener aquí. Yo te quiero tener aquí. Porque en las noches no puedo dormir. No sé cómo es vivir sin ti. Porque en las noches no puedo dormir. no puedo dormir. No me dejes sola aquí. No puedo dormir. No me dejes sola aquí. No puedo dormir. No me dejes sola aquí. No puedo dormir. Porque en las noches no puedo dormir. No sé cómo es vivir sin ti. Porque en las noches no puedo dormir. No me acostumbraré a vivir sin ti. Porque en las noches no puedo dormir. No sé cómo es vivir sin ti. Porque en las noches no puedo dormir. No me dejes sola aquí. No puedo dormir. Porque en las noches yo sé que ahora será mejor si esperar la puesta del sol. Puedo mi cuerpo cambiar. Aprendí a deslizar. Soy como un ninja, nadie me ve. Y una huella dejaré. Vengo entrenando de tiempo atrás. Estoy lista. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Mucha gente me quiere encontrar, no me dejarán en paz. Creen que es peligro tenerme aquí, que no los dejaré vivir, que nunca no debería cambiar. Cada quien en su lugar. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Nunca nadie quiso ver por mí. Con el tiempo lo entendí. Yo solo puedo pensar en mí, no esperar nada de ti. Nunca nadie quiso ver por mí. Con el tiempo lo entendí. Yo solo puedo pensar en mí, no esperar nada de ti. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que da. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Dale que dale que dale que da. Dale que dale que dale que da. No daré ni un paso atrás. Hi. It's so hot. Are you guys hot? I think I brought the wrong outfit. My name is Ceci Bastida. I am from a city called Tijuana. I don't know if there's anybody here from Tijuana. Oh, wow. Are you all from Tijuana or you just like Tijuana? You like Tijuana? Okay, that's good. All right. Dicen que somos iguales, que debo entender. No lo
quiero creer, me debes de temer. Cuando veo movimiento, me camino y voy hacia ti. Te busco y te busco, sé que te voy a encontrar al fin. Cuando me veas a los ojos deberás correr. Sabes que solo yo te puedo vencer. Y si crees que sabes más que yo, estás en un gran error. No sabes que a quien tienes frente a ti es a tu café. Si te escondes te voy a encontrar. Todo lo que tengo voy a dar. No te voy a dejar en paz. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Si te escondes te voy a encontrar. Todo lo que tengo voy a dar. No te voy a dejar en paz. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Te encontraré, te encontraré. En las noches al cerrar los ojos me verás. Sabes que de mí no podrás escapar. Si por un momento crees que lo voy a dejar de olvidar, de una vez te digo que te has vuelto a equivocar. Si te escondes te voy a encontrar. Todo lo que tengo voy a dar. No te voy a dejar en paz. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Si te escondes te voy a encontrar. Todo lo que tengo voy a dar. No te voy a dejar en paz. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Si te escondes te voy a encontrar. Todo lo que tengo voy a dar. No te voy a dejar en paz. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Te encontraré, te encontraré. Thank you. Yo imaginé que mi vida sería muy distinta, que habría tranquilidad. Sé que tú la necesitas y yo te la venderé. Así yo ganaré lo que nunca podría hacer. Drugs and money gonna kill the world. Dollars green and borders red. Why so many gotta end up dead? Narco, have you heard? Drugs and money gonna kill the world. Dollars green and borders red. Why so many gotta end up dead? No puedo ya caminar sin dejar de mirar atrás. Alguien me alcanzará. Un día terminará. Viendo lo que otros tenían, crecí y yo prometí que algún día sería a mí a quien verían así.
Dollars green and mortars red. Why so many gonna end up dead? Not go, have you heard? Drugs and money gonna kill the world. Dollars green and borders red. Why so many gonna end up dead? Not go, have you heard? Drugs and money gonna kill the world. Dollars green and borders red. Why so many gonna end up dead? Not go, have you heard? Drugs and money gonna kill the world. Dollars green and borders red. Why so many gonna end up dead?
Thank you. How is everybody? ¿Hay gente que habla español? Ah, qué padre. Estamos muy contentos de estar aquí con ustedes. Realmente el parque se ve increíble. O sea, no sé si tuvieron chance de ver todo lo de allá abajo, pero se ve increíble. Así que estamos muy contentos de poder estar aquí. También tuve la oportunidad de invitar a diferentes músicos a participar en el festival de hoy. Y está la increíble Sancha, que va a tocar más al rato, va a cantar más al rato. La DJ que Madre, que está allá. I don't know if you got a shout out, but anyway, I'm very honored and proud to be able to join this stage with them. So thank you for being here.
No me lo voy a guardar, te lo voy a explicar. No quiero que ya sientas miedo, no te voy a dejar. No debes olvidar que yo soy fuerte también. Si quieren derrumbarme, no me voy a caer. No temas, no creas lo que dicen. Si me quieren lastimar, no lo van a lograr. No te olvides que no estoy sola y que no suelo perder. Debes de recordar que yo soy fuerte también. Si quieren hacerme daño, no me voy a esconder. No temas, no creas lo que dicen. Es cuando te veo que yo siento paz. Cuando vuelvas conmigo estarás siempre conmigo, siempre conmigo. Nuestro camino es nuestro camino. No queda duda que eres para mí. Cuando tú pides estaré ahí. Siempre contigo. Es nuestro camino, es nuestro camino. Es cuando te veo que yo siento paz. Cuando vuelvas conmigo estarás siempre conmigo, siempre conmigo. Es tu camino, es nuestro camino. No queda duda que eres para mí. Cuando tú digas yo estaré ahí. Siempre contigo. Es nuestro camino, es nuestro camino. Es cuando te veo que yo siento paz. Cuando vuelvas conmigo estarás siempre conmigo. Es nuestro camino, es nuestro camino. No queda duda que eres para mí. Cuando tú digas yo estaré ahí. Siempre contigo. Es nuestro camino, es nuestro camino. Es cuando te veo que yo siento paz. Cuando vuelvas conmigo estarás siempre conmigo. Es nuestro camino, es nuestro camino. No queda duda que eres para mí. Cuando tú digas yo estaré ahí. Siempre contigo. Nuestro camino, nuestro camino.
Thank you. I always have to say this, but in that song, my daughter recorded the background vocals, and she's over there. She's feeling a little shy, which is okay. But I wanted to give her a shout out. Okay. She's gonna be so mad at me.
¿Quién te va a levantar?
Something happened. ¿Qué le pasó? This is Argel Cota from Ensenada, Baja California, on drums, having issues. Cuando vuelvas, mijo. We have DJ Etos with us today, who's amazing. Do something. And we have Justin on trombone over there, and background vocals. Yeah? Okay. All right. Let's do this again.
¿Quién te va a levantar?
Tú no puedes esperar que yo me quede. No es lo mismo que antes. Te quiero desterrando. Tú que creías que nunca me iría de tu lado. Ahora es diferente. Mi vida no va a ser así, no será así. Como creías tú, debía de ser. ¿Quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer? Mi amor, dime quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer. Dime cuánto vas a dar, que no me vuelves a encontrar. Que no, ¿quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer? ¿Tú qué pensabas antes? Que yo me quedaría a tu lado toda mi vida. Ya nunca vuelve a ser así, no será así. Como creías tú, debía de ser. ¿Quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer? Mi amor, dime quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer. Dime cuánto vas a dar, que no me vuelves a encontrar. Que no, ¿quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer? Mi amor, cuando vuelvas a caer, mi amor, cuando vuelvas a caer, cuando vuelvas a caer, mi amor. ¿Quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer? Mi amor, dime quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer. Dime cuánto vas a dar, que no me vuelves a encontrar. Que no, ¿quién te va a levantar cuando vuelvas a caer? Que no. Cuando vuelvas a caer, cuando vuelvas a caer, mi amor, cuando vuelvas a caer,
forgot my drumsticks. So this is going to be our last song, I think. Not sure. Una vez más. Una vez más. Sí. Etos.
Yo nunca pertenecí a nadie, entendí. Todos se ríen de mí. Y yo no soy como los demás. Me van a señalar. Aquí no tengo lugar. Pero sé muy bien que hoy me van a ver. Si tú llegas a insultarme una vez más, verás como con esto yo me voy a vengar. Hoy lo vas a sentir, sabrás lo que sufrí y se acordarán de mí. Y yo sé muy bien que hoy me van a ver. Si tú llegas a insultarme una vez más, verás como con esto yo me voy a vengar. Si tú llegas a insultarme una vez más, verás como con esto yo me voy a vengar. Si tú llegas a insultarme una vez más, verás como con esto yo me voy a vengar. Si tú llegas a insultarme una vez más, verás como con esto yo me voy a vengar. Si tú llegas a insultarme una vez más, verás como con esto yo me voy a vengar.
Thank you. We might do one more if you want one. If you don't, it's okay. Hold on.
solo quiero que aparezca y me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. Así va a empezar el camino que vuelvo a caminar. Veo a todos lados, no se entiende lo que aquí está pasando. No veo el sentido, lo único es estar a tu lado. Esto no ha terminado. Que me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. Así va a empezar el camino que vuelvo a caminar. Ya me voy, es imparable, no sé a dónde voy, no sé qué me tiene yo. Ya me voy, es imparable, no sé a dónde voy, no sé. Y se va, de aquí la puedo ver avanzar y yo la sigo, me tomo muy bien y sigo adelante, nunca volver. Ya no me pierdo, voy a caminar, sé bien que esto es mi libertad, no tengo, no volveré, no, no. Es imparable, no sé a dónde voy, no sé qué detiene yo, ya me voy. Es imparable, no sé a dónde voy, no se detiene. Veo la marea, la veo llegar y se va de una manera. Si vuelve la marea ya no sé si regresa y me quedo a la espera, solo quiero que aparezca. Me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella, lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. Me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. Me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. Me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. La marea. Me lleve con ella, me lleve con ella. Y se va de una manera. Has hecho tarde, ya sé a dónde voy, no me detiene, no.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We have two more poets, and then Sancha will be performing. I want to thank Ceci Bastida for that and her band. It was fantastic. I also want to shout out Madre over there for the beautiful music that we're having in between and all around. And we have two more poets coming up, so I'm going to introduce the next one. So Cynthia Guardado is the daughter of Salvadorian parents, a poet, a professor at English at Fullerton College. She's the editor-in-chief of Livewire and the online literary magazine. She's the author of two collections of poetry, Sense Nessa and Endeavor and Memories We Never Had, writing in a post-colonial. Please welcome Cynthia Guardado.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for still being here. I know it's been a long day. I wanted to talk a little bit, so Cynthia Guardado, I wanted to talk a little bit before I read my poem. I'm just going to read one poem, but it is a little bit long. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about how great the Latino Poetry Collection, which is why we're all here. All of us who read poetry today are in the collection. But without Rigoberto González, I think really unmeasurable mentorship, Cenizas would not be a book. And he really believed in making sure that my voice as a Salvadorian woman was published, right? As someone who is from the region of El Salvador, I identify as Central American indigenous, since we know borders and nations are man-made. But I just really wanted to make sure that you all know that that's why we're all here. We're all here because we're in this anthology, which I think that Rigoberto González has done so much to bring, the complexity of like Latinx together, right? In representing regions from everywhere and cultures from everywhere, right? Of all of us who are colonized by Spain. So the poem that I'm gonna read is actually the last poem I wrote for this book, and it's called Diaspora. So diaspora is all the people living outside of homeland. So this is, for me, an offering to my ancestors, but also to a different type of grief, the grief of leaving. And I just realized I had my shades on, which is like weird for me if I'm reading poetry. But the grief of leaving your homeland behind. There's so many different versions of loss and grief that we carry. If we lost our ancestral lineage, our understanding of our ancestral rituals, and also of migration that separates us from our homeland and our tierra, that is what we really are called to. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this poem. Sort of the center of the poem is my father, who's sitting right there. Wave, Dad. His extreme passion for recognizing that as young children, as he had me and my older sister as two toddlers, that he needed to take us back to El Salvador, even if he was undocumented. Diaspora. In my mother's womb, in a universe of my own, every cell of her body held memory like DNA. Now it's mine too. Her heartbeats are the chants of my abuela and bisabuelas. Before my physical body was fully formed, I saw my ancestors dance and hold hands in ceremony. They told stories de nuestra gente para llamarlos a la loma behind my great-great-great-grandmother's house. I've lived in a state of permanent limbo since I was born in Boyle Heights. I was born dying. I saw light rise out of my parents' bodies, their spirits lifting like the seven sisters, a cluster of bulbs stretching across the universe into Buena Vista. In Koreatown, my mother held my fragile body in the sun, and after a while, I was no longer dying, even if I was not fully here. In me grew a deep silence. I would not speak. I had nothing to say en este mundo, en esta dimensión. At 2 years old, I could not utter words, mi espíritu todavía anclado a las cenizas de mis ancestros. My spirit anchored to the cells of my mother's womb. I talked to spirits in my dreams. They called us back to El Salvador like migrating birds who return to the same place thousands of times. My father's body heard the call too over the radio, driving home from his graveyard shift in his red Fiat. He heard el locutor tell him to take his daughters to Mama Juana. My father feared she would die before he could show her the future, sus hijas floreciendo. My father was undocumented in 1986, and after many arguments with my mother, he took us back to the land we belonged to. My mother refused to go into a war zone undocumented, but she could not stop my father, undocumented, from flying back to El Salvador. She too had watched how when he paced at night, strands of white light extended across the distance, reaching for his body. My father knew that in the grooves of his skin, in the weight of his cheekbones, he carried home, invisible to the naked eye. It required a certain spirit, heavy with leaving everything behind, to see that he was not whole. In 1986, the war was bodies piling in unmarked graves, los escuadrones de la muerte, militares raping girls, 500-pound bombs, was guerrilleros watching from the shadow of volcanoes, was my tío Roberto living in exile in Mexico, was a constant state of fear for an entire people, afraid to leave their homes, afraid to sleep in their beds. And still, we went. Mi bisabuela, Mama Juana, me cargó como lo había hecho con mi papá. She held me the same way she had held my father's fragile body after birth. When I finally arrived in Buena Vista, I climbed mango trees with cousins, and in me began to emerge words I would not speak in los estados. I called out to my primas, bichas, bichas, and right then the language my spirit always knew floated off the tip of my tongue, my mouth opened wide, my teeth tipping toward the sky. My mother fell ill from fear we wouldn't return from war. From fear my father would not be able to cross the border again. My father brought my sister and I back to Mexico on a plane. My aunt, the only documented person we knew, picked us up in Tijuana. My father stayed behind, waiting for the coyote he paid $500 to. The coyote was late. The coyote did not arrive on time. The coyote was not there. On our journey back, my father climbed a tree. It was not a mango tree to hide from la migra. He waited for hours or days for the coyote. He was late. Cuando mi tía nos entregó a mi mamá, her womb settled back into her body, su espíritu completo otra vez. And we waited together for my father, undocumented, to cross from the other side. In late 1987, Mama Juana died in Buena Vista. We did not go back undocumented. In 1989, regresamos como familia a El Salvador por primera vez. And I felt like I had waited my whole life to see Mama Archila again. Outside the airport, I searched the sea of people crowded together over the railing that divided us. Entre la humedad, busqué a Mama Archila until I found her leaning over the railing, sus ojos buscando a su hija. Mama Archila's shoulders rose as she waved a white handkerchief, and she was smiling, or maybe she was crying. This the first time my mother returned home after almost dying in the desert, after believing they would never see each other again. On our trips to El Salvador, my uncle picked us up en el bus, lleno de nuestra familia. They were fireflies in the night, lighting our way on the 3-hour trip home. These are the bus rides I want to remember, because in this reality, I don't remember a war. All my body holds is home. In 1992, Mama Archila died in Buena Vista. And years later, my mother will tell me she dressed abuela for the funeral. I could not attend, and applied makeup onto her mother's cold flesh. I will know then that I will never know a goodbye that intimate, porque en los Estados Unidos las distancias se multiplican como los muros de las fronteras. This is the last part in between, el entremedio. War erased the timeline we were meant to be born with, and in it we emerged refugees in the in-between. We've boarded planes over and over again, traveling in and out of war. We are not whole here or there. We live in a constant state of shock. We hold our breath often, afraid we'll suddenly become extinct. In the in-between is where Mama Chila, Mama Juana, and Mama Olivia, and Papa Chema, and Tío Roberto, and Tío Alejandro, and Doris live. All my ancestors are in the El Salvador of my mind, the one I imagine while I sit on the beach in Los Angeles. There, they are never gone. They are in the home that lives in every cell of my body, a place far away but more real than here. All my people have been born from the ashes of volcanoes. All my people are buried in El Panteón de San Rafael. When we rake the fallen leaves off the tombs of our ancestors, my mother says if she died in El Salvador, to leave her there. And I said, aquí vas a estar con todos. En el entremedio existirás para siempre. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. I now want to introduce our next poet, Yesika Salgado, who has been part of the Aloud family this year a lot. Yesika Salgado is a Los Angeles-born Salvadorian poet who writes about her family, her culture, her city, and her fat body. Salgado is a two-time National Poetry Slam finalist and the recipient of the 2020 International Latino Book Award in Poetry. She's an internationally recognized body-positive advocate, writer of the column Suelta, is that right? Suelta, and the contributor to Refinery 29's Latin platform Somos. Yesika is the author of the bestsellers Corazon, Tesoro, and Hermosa, published with Not a Cult. Please welcome Yesika Salgado.
Hey, what's up, LA? That's not, what's up, LA? I like that way better. I guess y'all didn't know this was the Salvi blog. Shout out to Cynthia. Where do you go? I love you. I love hearing you, my paisana. I'm also Salvadoran. And we also celebrate Dia de los Muertos. A little bit, the tradition changes a little bit. On November 2nd, everybody goes to the cemetery and we do what we call coronar, where we take these beautiful crowns, right? Wreaths and crosses and stuff, and we just hang out at the cemetery all day, and then there's mariachis and conjuntos and food, and it's lit. And I've never been able to be there on November 2nd, but every time around this year, my mom's always worried about sending back home a little bit of dinerito just so that we could go coronar. So it's a beautiful, beautiful tradition, and being able to be a part of a little bit of a different tradition, but in this big, big scale, makes me feel a little bit closer to home. So thank you so much, Aloud, for having me, for the Library Foundation, and for Grand Park. And okay, I'm gonna do some poems, cool? And who's gonna stay for Sancha? Yeah, because if you are leaving, you're loser. No kidding. I'm biased. But you will be afterwards, too. Let's get married when the jacarandas are in full bloom. When the lotus flowers on Echo Park Lake have stretched into open hands, make me yours during summer. Beneath the Dodger Stadium fireworks, the night air my veil, the 101 taillights sequencing my gown, my bouquet, a palm tree borrowed from Sunset Boulevard. Let a procession of lowriders, Priuses, and rapid buses lead us to our reception. 100 street vendors with their hot dogs or elote carts lining the street, feeding those that celebrate our love. Let's have our first dance to a Snoop Dogg song while the neon lights from a liquor store shadow your beautiful face. Someone setting free a dozen ducks taken from MacArthur Park. Let's make Pershing Square our dance floor. Borrow the mariachis from their Plaza Exposition Park, the centerpiece to every table. Promise yourself to me on Slauson, on Cesar Chavez, on Temple, on Vermont, on Parkman Avenue. I have seen enough of the world to know that it has always been you. I return to you with open arms, my beautiful city. Los Angeles, I choose you in this life, in my parents' lives, and in the lives they left to bring me to you. Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to disrespect the drum. Cuando mi mami murió, cuando mi papi, started that off backwards. Oh, Lou, I messed that one up. Okay. No, my mommy is very much alive. Cuando mi papi murió, mami took all of his gold and tucked it deep within her closet. Same place she keeps my phone. Nope. I guess that poem doesn't want to be said. I wasn't going to do it, and then I'm like, I'm going to do it. No. I love you too. Some poems just don't want to show up on some days, and you just got to listen to them. It's like, girl. Okay, I'm going to do this one, Alternate Universe. I'm a big Marvel fan, and I watched the Doctor Strange one where Wanda is looking for her kids, and she's jumping into all these, sorry if you haven't seen it, but she's jumping through all these universes looking for her children. I'm like, if I was going to other universes, other timelines, what would I be searching for? And this poem got written in that. And let's see if it's in my head, or else I'm just going to go back to my book and read from my book. It's the sun, all the lights, all the colors. Okay. Alternate universe. My father's kidneys never kill him. Instead, they multiply and move into hundreds of other bodies. And now Tanya and my tia Marina do not die. And grief is a word I swallow and never bother to relearn. Alternate universe. I am born with a uterus that does not spit out my children. And my oldest is now 22. My daughter is 9, my youngest is 7, and motherhood is mine at PTA meetings, at after-school programs, Christmas morning. Alternate universe. I love him, and he loves me, and it doesn't hurt. And his breath never curdles with alcohol, nor his anger block out the sun. We finally marry, and I wear a dress so white it blinds the sky. We spend the rest of our life sleeping side by side, and I never have to wonder where he's at, if he's still alive, if anyone will know to tell me the day that he isn't. Alternate universe. My parents never had to leave their home country. The war never happened. And my mother's hands are my mother's hands, not fingers gnarled after years of cleaning white people's houses. And my father is an old man asleep on a hammock, not a box of ashes my sisters and I had to deliver back to his land of volcanoes. Alternate universe. My body never becomes a machine that betrays me. My leg is not a water-filled log full of nerve damage, and the excess sugar that runs in my veins is named my niece's love. Its cure is my nephew's star-filled eyes, alternate universe. My universe, here, where I am a woman made of wormholes and mistakes. I could tell you every mistake I've ever made. I could name every heart I've ever broken, nights that the manic pounds at my door. If I tell you that I am bipolar, you will hear that there are two of me. But what I'm really saying is that I am the engine of a dismantled clock. I work and work and work just to pass the time. I'm outrunning no one but myself, but I need you to witness my labor, to see my work, to understand that I chose this life, that my thoughts betray me everywhere except on paper. You see, I write a poem, and somewhere, someone eats a mango so ripe it's bursting out of its skin. the pulp of my heart, staining any hands willing to hold it. Thank you. Hi, I made it through, yeah. Okay, I have one last poem for you. And then we're gonna turn up, yeah? How's everybody doing? I just thought I saw my ex in the audience and I had a whole crisis. He's not here. I just double checked right now, he's not him. But for a moment there I was like, what am I gonna do? Okay. Restraining order, no, I'm kidding. Triggered. Okay. At my funeral, I want you to play Bitty Bitty Boom Boom, followed by Back That Ass Up, followed by No Te Metas Con Mi Cucu. It used to say Drake, but I've grown and we've changed that. Evolved. Followed by Anything by Juan Gabriel. At my funeral, I want you to eat all that you can. Please don't turn down my mother's food. She will be grieving and offer you plateful. Say yes to each one. This will let her feel closer to me. At my funeral, don't read any of my poems. I wrote those to stay alive, let them rest, pack their bags, stretch their limbs, find new fingers. At my funeral, I want you to let the men make jokes. I have understood that machismo only allows them to be tender through laughter, and I want them soft and sweet during my final goodbye. At my funeral, thank the woman, my mother, my sisters, my homegirls. They are holy and what I am the saddest about leaving. At my funeral, I want you to round up all of the babies and sneak pastries into the little chubby hands. I want you to let the little girls play with my lipstick, especially the red ones. I want each mouth to be a rosebud made just for me. At my funeral, don't feel obligated to cry. Dance if that's what your body asks for. Remember, this body of mine felt most alive beneath strobe lights and loud music. At my funeral, I will be dead. Of course. But this will be a victory. Praise the sudden illness or hospital bed I exhale in. Praise the doctors, nurses, and prayers that try to keep me. Praise the years that came, wrapped themselves around my legs, and pulled me away. Praise my heart because it just couldn't anymore. Praise my death because it did not come from my own hands, or from a razor blade, or from a pill, but instead it came because my body or my God said, come home, and I collected all that I am, and I walked through that door. At my funeral, please play a song that says, I survived myself. Praise be. Such a sweet, sweet end. I love you. 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 Did I tell you that the last thing I told my father was, I love you? Well, the last thing I told him on the respirator was, Papi, it's okay to go. I love you. I thought of you today at 3 p.m. I love you. I owe you a cafecito. I love you. I'm stepping to the next room. I love you. I bumped into you at the supermarket. I love you. I saw you at Grand Park. I love you. 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 Los Angeles, if there's anything you know for certain, every day, all the time, let it be that I, Yesika, really loves you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Check, okay. Ay, mamá, anda la niña con pelo negro. 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 Yo no sé qué hacer sin poder. ¿Cómo ves el dolor que no sé
sumo. Try not to hurt him. Give it time. Oh, give it time. You'll be fine. Oh, you'll be fine. Give it time. Oh, give it time. You'll be fine. Oh, you'll be fine. But that doesn't mean you gotta go and listen to me. I'm like the last person breathing without cable TV. I made it this far without a high school degree. But that doesn't mean you gotta go and listen to me. Give it time. Give it time. Oh, give it time. You'll be fine. Oh.
You're listening to Indigenous Excellence. Palo mix. Palo mix. Yeah. Agua de maracuyá. Agua de agua de maracuyá. Agua de maracuyá. Agua de maracuyá. Tú sabes maracuyá. Agua de maracuyá. Agua de maracuyá. Agua de maracuyá. Tú sabes. Agua de. Tome su agua. Tipo qué onda. Cultura Oaxaca, flor de la piña. En la selva me curra, me sabe las aguas. Amor a Managua y la tierra Samoa. Pilar y Colombia. Agua de maracuyá. 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 Agua de. Bailamos con los elementos, rezando con movimientos, baña con los pensamientos, medicinas son los fundamentos. Encuéntranos en el fuego, encuéntranos en el viento, encuéntranos en el fuego, encuéntranos en el viento. Paloma es el fuego, amor no es juego, tribu mixteco, de los nubes desciendo, reconocimiento, el ritmo te enseño, en el ritmo de enseño, toca tu tiempo, mueve en tiempo, mueve en tiempo. Tómate agua infinita, agua de estrellas, tómate agua infinita, agua de estrellas, agua de maracuyá, agua de maracuyá, ya. Agua de la socamatí, de la socamatí, de la socamatí, agua de maracuyá, agua de maracuyá, agua de maracuyá, agua de maracuyá, agua de maracuyá. You're listening to Indigenous Excellence.
Agua de maracuyá, 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 agua de.
You're listening to Indigenous Excellence.
Contorneaba la cintura, estaba bien sabrosita, el negro me calentó. Quiero compartir contigo lo que reste te guiso, lo que reste te guiso.
This is our last performance of the day. And I want to thank the Gloria Molina Grand Park for this wonderful festival that's going to go on for the next 2 weeks and asking us to host this opening. And this is the anthology that we're the Library of America that has 180 poets in it. It goes from like the 17th century till now with beautiful poetry in it. And we're selling it over there. The Reparations Club is our partner in this, and they're selling the book. And for our last performer, but not least, San Cha was born and raised in San Jose. Cha is a queer ranchera artist whose upbringing in church choirs influenced her take on music. Quote, "I think music is very spiritual. It can be secular, but in indigenous cultures, music comes from a sacred place first." Please welcome San Cha.
Tienes la culpa, no tengo duda. Y quedo grabada en tu refrán. Tú tienes la culpa, no tengo duda.
Grand Park. ¿Cuántas noches pasamos enterrados en las tormentas que nos callan? No sabemos cómo salir de aquí sin ahogarnos en estos mares sin fin. ¿Cómo salimos? ¿Cómo sobrevivimos? ¿Cómo? Tú tienes la culpa, no tengo duda. Bajamos más hondo por la espiral y quedo clavada en tu refrán. Tú tienes la culpa, no tengo duda. Bajamos más hondo por la espiral y quedo clavada en tu refrán. Intensas, sin poder dormir, sin poder hablar, sin saber cómo dejar de llorar, sin poder dormir, sin poder hablar, sin saber cómo dejar de llorar. Tengo duda. Bajamos más hondo por la espiral y quedo clavada en tu refrán. Tú tienes la culpa, no tengo duda. Bajamos más hondo por la espiral y quedo clavada en tu refrán. parece que no hay remedio. Tú tienes la culpa, no tengo duda. Bajamos pasando por la espiral y quedo clavada en tu refrán. Tú tienes la culpa, no tengo duda. Bajamos pasando por la espiral y quedo clavada en tu refrán. Thank you so much. Pásame las drogas, pásame las drogas, límpiame el cerebro, límpiame el cerebro. Pásame las drogas, pásame las drogas, límpiame el cerebro, límpiame el cerebro. Tú me pagaste con drogas, tú me pagaste con drogas, me las eché toditas, me las tomé toditas. Tú me pagaste con drogas, tú me pagaste con drogas, me las eché toditas, me las tomé toditas. We were deep inside this game where I played your cosmic ways. You told me together we can make a name in so many cosmic ways. You told me together we can make a name in so many cosmic ways. You told me together we can make a name in so many cosmic ways. You told me together we can make a name as long as I follow your flame. Ooh, 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 Pásame las drogas, pásame las drogas, límpiame el cerebro, límpiame el cerebro. Pásame las drogas, pásame las drogas, límpiame el cerebro, límpiame el cerebro. Tú me pagaste con drogas, tú me pagaste con drogas, me las eché toditas, me las tomé toditas. Tú me pagaste con drogas, tú me pagaste con drogas, me las eché toditas, me las tomé toditas. Now everyone pick your note. Now we're gonna harmonize together. No los oigo. Let's see, what do we have next? Let's go, Lou. Let's give it up for Lou on the flute. And let's hear it for Gina on the bass. And Allison on guitar. Si se la saben, la cantan, ¿ok? Amor a Dios, no se puede continuar. Ya la magia terminó y ahora tengo que marchar. Será mejor seguir nuestra soledad. Si hoy el cielo se cubrió, quizá mañana brille el sol. No sufras más, quizá mañana nuestro llanto quede atrás. Y si me dices que tu amor me esperará, tendré la luz que mi sendero alumbrará y volveré como un ave que retorna a su nivel. Verás que pronto volveré y me esa paz que siempre, siempre tú me das, que tú me das. Let's hear it for Lou on the flute. No sufras más, quizá mañana nuestro llanto quede atrás. Y si me dices que tu amor me esperará, tendré la luz que mi sendero alumbrará y volveré como un ave que retorna a su nivel. Verás que pronto volveré y me quedaré por esa paz que siempre, siempre tú me das, que tú me das, y volveré a tus brazos, caeré, las estrellas brillarán, nuestro amor renacerá.
And maybe this is all we get. And maybe we don't figure it out. And maybe you meet a woman who loves to cook. And maybe I never choose a man. And maybe I buy the house on the hills. And maybe you finally are a father. And maybe I run into you with your daughter. And maybe she has her smile. And you both show me your perfect teeth. And my womb doesn't ache. And the silence isn't painful. And you ask about my mom. And I tell you something funny she said. And you ask about my books, and I tell you they aren't about you anymore. And we both shake our heads at what we once were, and we hug really, really tight. And it's not sad. We really tried, and we failed at us, but we won at everything else.
Una para Yesika. Thank you so much, Yesika Salgado, everyone. Let's hear it for Allison on the guitar. Thank you, Grand Park. Thank you, LA. Thank you, Los Angeles. que arde más y más. Y yo sin beber el calor de tu cuerpo. No hay infierno peor que tu ausencia. Deja que el mundo se prenda. Cántame mi amor. Cántame de amores que sobreviven. Todo tiene fin, pero mi amor no irá a morir entre estos fuegos. Tú eres para mí. Esta tierra no es mía, no es tuya, no se vende. Esta tierra me dio la vida, me sostiene con su sol. Yo soy su fruta y tú la víbora que nos vendió. Y has venenado toda la tierra que me concebió. Nuestra tierra, porque tú no eres de ella, tú que vives entre sombras y con mentiras nos controlas y tú siempre nos quieres comprar.
Esta tierra no se vende
con el oro que robaste de esta
no se
tierra.
vende.
No eres dueño de nada.
Esta tierra no se vende.
No eres dueño de nada.
Esta tierra no se vende.
Esta tierra no se vende. Palestina no se vende. Esta tierra no se vende. Palestina no. Cambiaste a mi madre, la enterraste. Cambiaste hasta mi nombre, me enterraste. En la cosecha floreceré y en mis frutos tú te envenenas y te ahogas en mi ser. Let's hear it for our musicians back here. Let's hear one for you guys that have been so amazing. Y tú siempre nos quieres comprar.
Esta tierra no se vende.
Con el oro que robaste de esta tierra. No eres dueño de nada.
Esta tierra no se vende.
No eres dueño de nada.
Esta tierra no se vende.
No se vende, no te pertenece.
Esta tierra no se vende.
No, no. Esta tierra no se vende. Esta tierra no se vende. Palestina no se vende. Palestina no se vende. Palestina no se vende. The last time I performed at Grand Park, it was raining. It was a really, really big storm. And now it's just windy and beautiful and sunny. That could only be the devil's work. El baile del diablo, capricho del diablo. 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 Como te rezaba, Señor, y tú te empeñaste a quitarme el don. Como te rezaba, Señor, con cuentas supuestas me atabas, Dios. Como te rezaba, Señor, celoso e injusto me salió mi Dios. Ay, 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 ay. Llegará el diablo, ya lo estoy esperando. Ya lo admite y no se deja ver. Y ya me estoy terminarás aquí debiéndome. Terminaste tú aquí debiéndome. Terminaste tú aquí debiéndome. Terminaste tú aquí debiéndome. Terminaste tú aquí debiéndome. Ya no mientas, tú ni eres diablo, tu negocio es puro teatro. ¿Cómo te rezaba, Señor? ¿Cómo te alababa, mi Dios? ¿Cómo te rezaba, Señor? ¿Cómo te alababa, mi Dios? Berrinchudo, pares nada más que un niño berrinchudo. Berrinchudo, pares nada más que un niño berrinchudo. Caprichoso, pares nada más que un chico caprichoso. Capricho, capricho, caprichoso. En encontrar mi diablo todo el oro que me guardo, ya llévatelo, venme a comprar la mosca muerta en el baño. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's give it up for our musicians. Luke Hoy, Allison Scagliati, Gina Ramirez, and I am Sancha. And we will be selling merch right over here at the tents. Thank you so much.
Llegaron los bulleceros, mami. Tocando música alegre pa' ti. Pa' toda la bullecera, mama. Siempre la llevo en
Thank
mi
you,
mente,
everybody.
ay, mama.
Thank you so much for being here. And thank you to all the artists, and thank you to the Library Foundation and my amazing staff at Aloud. I want to thank Tiffany Moon and Jorge. But I really want to thank Tiffany, who made this happen today. And it's wonderful to all see you here. Thank you, Sencha. Thank you, everybody. And have a good day.
And what is Tumbalo? Tumbalo is